Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Fantasy. Start with Supreme Bone, sign in with ancient dual pupils. Chapter 1. Ancient Star Domain. 9 Heavens and 10 Earths, Ancient Family. Wong Family. Located in Baiyuan, the Wong family is a top-notch superpower among the ancient families. Over the ages, there are countless powerful people in the Wong family. Among them, there are many ancestors who have walked out of heresy in the evolutionary path, and there are also family heads who have become great emperors by stepping on thousands of corpses. At this moment, the Wong family is very busy, as if something earth-shattering is about to happen. At the same time, the head of the family, Mrs. Yin Susu, caressed her bulging belly lovingly. "Child, wait another 2.5 months, and you can come out. You have worked so hard for your mother. She has been pregnant for 500 years. Wait another 2.5 months, and it will be the day of delivery. By that time, she can add a Qilin son or a Phoenix daughter to the family." In the mother's womb, a blurry and curled-up shadow slowly opened its hazy eyes. "What's going on? Where is this place?" Wong Tang opened his eyes and kept looking around, his whole body swimming in the colorful divine source liquid. The law runes contained in it, and the extremely pure energy, are constantly pouring into his body. It's so refreshing. But the next second, he took a closer look and found that he was actually in a strange stone. His body also became a baby. ITM transmigrated into a stone and was reborn as a baby. It's really outrageous, it's outrageous to the extreme. Wong Tang's mouth twitched, and he was a little speechless. He was clearly in bed, writing with a desk lamp on the last night before school started. He just got up and wrote for 2.5 hours. But he didn't expect his eyes to go black. Transmigrated over. Is this the punishment for me to finish my summer homework on the last day? As soon as I transmigrated over, I became a baby in the stone. But soon, he found something wrong. He was in a stone, but the stone was in his mother's womb. Oh my God, I'm a fetus in a fetus. Isn't it in this doll? Wong Tang fiddled with his little arms and legs, almost speechless. Fetus in a fetus. Neja's mother was pregnant for 3 years and 6 months before she gave birth to a meatball. He was the body integration of Sun Wukong and Neja. Once Yin Susu was in labor, she would give birth to a stone. At that time, will he have to jump out of the stone again? Thinking of this, he felt more and more aggrieved, and couldn't help but beat the stone wall with his 2 little arms. This beating, just let Yin Susu feel the pain indirectly. Ouch, my stomach hurts. She covered her stomach with both hands and sat on the chair with a painful face. The maidservant next to her panicked. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown, like a banished immortal, walked in from outside the house. He stepped forward to support Yin Susu. "Susu, how are you? Are you okay?" He is Wong Tang's father and the current head of the Wong family. Wong Chendong. In his early years, he saw a wisp of red hair when he was training outside, and thus gained mysterious power. Once he gets angry, he will burst out with amazing power. A body of forbidden red hair spans the ages. I feel the child kicking me. With this strength, it should be a boy. Yin Susu touched her belly and guessed. She seemed to have forgotten the pain just now. This made Wong Chendong, the wife-loving maniac, feel distressed for a while, smacked his lips and said, "So naughty, when it comes out, don't give him milk. You're so naughty, don't give him milk, give it to you, right?" Yin Susu blushed and tapped his forehead. In the womb, Wong Tang, who was in the stone, heard the conversation between the two and felt aggrieved. Suddenly, a hasty mechanical sound rang in his mind. Ding, host successfully transmigrated. Sign-in system starts binding. Progress 10%. 0.30%. 0.50%, 0.100%. Ding, system binding successful. System, my brother Tongzi is finally here. This is the standard configuration of transmigrators, a plugin to help oneself reach the top. Quick, introduce yourself. Wong Tang was so excited that he danced with joy, and Yin Susu, who had just recovered, was sweating profusely again. She seemed to have forgotten that she was still in her mother's womb. Ding, this system is a sign-in system. Host can sign in at the corresponding location and get a certain sign-in reward. Sign-in reward. Cool. Now, no one can stop me from reaching the top. After hearing the system's explanation, Wong Tang smiled like a crooked dragon king. And at this moment, the voice of the system rang again. Ding, detected that the host is solo in the mother's womb. Sign in location refreshed, mother's womb. Ding, since the host is signing in for the first time, the system will give a sign in 1 get 2 free reward. Sign in 1 get 2 free. Doesn't it mean that if you sign in once, you can get 3 incredible rewards? Supermarket promotions don't have such activities. Sign in. Wong Tang did not hesitate, and his mind moved, fearing that the system would regret it. Ding, congratulations to the host, the sign-in is successful, and you get a great accomplishment: Desolate Ancient Saint Body. Desolate Ancient Saint Body, or the Sacred Body of Great Accomplishment. Not bad, system, you have grown up, and finally you are willing to give me the full reward at the beginning. Wong Tang is very satisfied. Desolate Ancient Saint Body. The strongest combat body of human race, with blood and chi rushing to the sky, its vitality is like the ocean, and it can cross the void and destroy the world. It can be called the best in close combat, invincible in the same realm. Its physique, great accomplishment, is comparable to the Great Emperor. It has multiple visions, which almost restrain all other visions of special physiques. This is not over yet. The next moment, the voice of the system continued to ring. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have received an extra reward, 108 supreme bones, and a pair of ancient dual pupils. Hiss. Hearing this reward of signing 1 and getting 2 free, Wong Tang took a deep breath and was completely uncalm. Oh my god, supreme bone. It is a synonym for sweeping everything and ruling the world. And this one, it is obviously the same bone as the heavenly emperor Shi Hao. The kind that is free shipping on the small yellow car for 9 yuan. And the system came with 108 pieces. Is it imprisoning Shi Hao and digging his bones all the time? Besides, these ancient dual pupils are also extremely powerful. Not inferior to supreme bone at all. Not only is the pupil power amazing, but it can also see through all the illusions in the world. Once the dual pupils technique is performed, the enemy can be pulled into his domain and then imprisoned. Then cause great damage to him. It is exactly the same as the effect of Tsukuyomi, which is simply an enhanced transcendent level Sharingan. In ancient times, there was a saying, a pair of dual pupils opening heaven. There has been no defeat in the world since ancient times. It is enough to see the terribleness of this ancient dual pupils. Ha 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 ha. It is said that if you get one of the dragon and the phoenix, you can rule the world. Now that I have both supreme bone and ancient dual pupils, why worry about not sweeping the world? Wong Tang's blood boiled. Although he has not been born yet, he has begun to fantasize about defeating all those who compete for destiny in this life. Then the scene of proving the great emperor. In a trance, he couldn't help grinning, and after pouring amniotic fluid into his mouth, he talked to himself. Dual pupils is already invincible, and now we have supreme bone. With these 108 bones, we can continue to play music and dance. Invincible, transcendent level doubled, realm division, blood channeling realm, grotto heaven realm, transformation realm, four extremities realm, venerable realm, imperial realm, quasi-saint realm, saint king realm, great saint realm, quasi-emperor realm, great emperor realm. Time flies. Soon, 2.5 months passed. Early in the morning, Yin Susu, as usual, went for a walk in the back garden accompanied by many maids. Wang Chendong also accompanied her. Husband, count the days, our child should be born tomorrow. What do you think is a good name for him? Yin Susu asked, stroking her belly. What name? Hearing this, Wang Chendong thought about it. He didn't think about this in advance. In the mother's womb, hearing that Wang Chendong didn't speak for a long time, Wong Tang grinned and said to himself, Dad, you have to think about it, don't give a random name. Fortunately, Wang Chendong didn't think about it for too long. Madam, if it's a boy, we will name it Wong Tang, which means a dragon soaring into the sky. If it's a girl, we will name it Wang Yanran, which means a charming smile. He held Yin Susu's waist and walked slowly while talking. This made Wong Tang in the belly feel relieved. Fortunately, his name was not Wang Shui, Wang Dachui or something like that, otherwise he would have vomited to death in his stomach. Directly, the fetus died in the womb. In excitement, Wong Tang could not help but fiddle with his hands and feet, and kicked the inner wall of the stone. This kick made the entire stone move and hit the abdominal wall of Yin Susu. Outside the mother's womb, Yin Susu, with a smile on her face, suddenly felt a bloating pain in her stomach. Then, her face was tense, and she turned pale in an instant, and collapsed in Wang Chendong's arms. "Husband, my stomach hurts so much. I seem to be giving birth. Gonna give birth. What's going on?" Wang Chendong turned his head and asked the chief maid, "Isn't the madam due tomorrow? How come it's early today?" "This, master, we don't know." The chief maid shook her head, also confused. This is a completely unexpected situation. The next moment, Wang Chendong waved his hand and continued, "Madam should be in premature labor. Go and notify the midwife to come and deliver the baby immediately." As soon as the voice fell, the chief maid arranged for others to help take care of Yin Susu first, and she immediately told the midwife in the clan to come. In the mother's womb. What? It's not such a coincidence, right? Wong Tang was stunned for a moment, and 1,000 grass mud horses ran through his mind. I kicked myself into premature labor with this kick. However, fortunately, he has a strong quality in his heart. That is, thick skin. After a few seconds, Wong Tang calmed down and said to himself, premature labor is not a bad thing. Being born early will just blind their eyes. Blind, indeed, after being pregnant for 500 years, a stone will be born. Not to mention blinding people's eyes, even titanium alloy dog eyes can be blinded. At the same time, under the message of the chief maid, everyone in the Wong family was alarmed. They all knew about Yin Susu's premature birth. Quick, let the midwife arrange the delivery immediately. Don't waste time. An elder of the Wong family rose in the air, directing everyone to deal with the emergency of premature birth. The other elders also went out one after another. Some mobilized the family guards to guard the delivery room, and some were responsible for setting up defense formations. For a while, the whole Wong family was busy. In the ancestral land, a gloomy and heavy coffin was directly opened. Then, an old man with red hair and red face, exuding a terrifying aura, slowly crawled out from it. Those hands with extremely dry blood, and chi undoubtedly proved that he had lived for a long time. He is the 18th ancestor of the Wong family. As one of the core strength trump cards of the Wong family, he also woke up from the sleeping ancestral land on purpose. It was for Wong Tang's premature birth. And next to him, there are 17 coffins lying flat and stable. Obviously, there are 17 more ancestors like him in the Wong family's ancestral land. Without exception, in order to prevent their blood and chi from dissipating quickly, all of them lie in coffins in the ancestral land and sleep. 4 spirit guards, listen to the order. Immediately activate the clan protection formation, cover up the secrets, and don't let other forces investigate. The 18th ancestor recovered his blood and chi, and sent a divine thought in 4 directions. Buzz. The void was broken, and the world shook. Brilliant light burst out from all 4 directions of the Wong family, and 4 terrifying shadows emerged, seemingly tearing the sky apart. 4 spirit guards. They are the 4 special elders of the Wong family. Each of them holds a spiritual flag, and they are located in the 4 directions of the Wong family, in charge of the activation of the clan protection formation. Repel evil, adjust yin and yang, no one can see, no one can defeat. Array up. East. One of the 4 spiritual beasts, the blue dragon that controls thunder, hovers in the air, making a high-pitched dragon roar. West. One of the 4 spiritual beasts, the blood-killing white tiger, lies prone on the dome, roaring and shaking the world. South. One of the 4 spiritual beasts, the vermilion bird that controls fire, chirps and waves its wings, surrounded by endless flames. North. One of the 4 spiritual beasts, the black tortoise that intimidates the weak water, roars and stomps on the ground, cracking a void. Innate 4 spirits, the 4 directions return to their positions. Boom, accompanied by the dancing of 4 spiritual flags. A monstrous killing intent rushed out from all directions, sweeping across the sky and the ground, and quickly formed a peerless fierce formation. The 4 spirits fierce formation. The most powerful fierce formation in ancient times, capable of withstanding the full force of a great emperor-level strongman. Boom! The great formation was mighty and resounded throughout the star domain. The news that the Wong family had opened the great formation to protect the clan spread immediately among the major forces. That speed was faster than a telegraph. Countless divine thoughts came from all over. They joined together in the void and jointly investigated what happened to the Wong family. What's going on? What happened? Why did the Wong family open the Great Formation to protect the clan? A leader of a major sect spoke first, asking in confusion. Is it possible that someone is attacking the Wong family? But apart from the 7 life-forbidden areas, who has the courage to do that? The Holy Lord of Sacred Land used divine thoughts to explore the void outside the Wong family. He rejected this conjecture. Outside, it was calm, and no figure appeared. It was impossible for someone to attack the Wong family. Everyone was talking. They were all guessing. With the 4 spirits' fierce formation blocking outside, the secrets were covered up, and they could not explore from the outside to the inside. At this time, deep in the 10,000 mountains, a powerful independent cultivator with a hot temper and a grudge against Wang Chendong in his early years just broke through to the Saint King realm. He immediately tore through the void and his true body descended outside the Wong family. Wang Chendong, why don't you come out and fight? Seeing this scene, many strong men couldn't help but take a deep breath. This man is really an iron-headed kid. Didn't he see that others had opened the clan protection formation? He actually dared to challenge at this time. He really didn't know how to write the word death. The next moment, in the ancestral land of the Wong family, a coffin covered the coffin of Shu Shi and moved a crack. Boom! A figure so strong that it floated up, and even the heaven and earth trembled. The 10th ancestor of the Wong family. His strength reached the terrifying quasi-emperor realm. The 10th ancestor's eyes were as sharp as lightning, and runes were flowing all over his body, watching the Saint King walking in the air. Wind and thunder were raging, and the rules were rippling. Every step outside, chaos raged, and the laws were intertwined into a net of heaven and earth. Terrible, emperor-killing spear, the 10th ancestor roared. A red spear of murderous intent shook the eternal sky and appeared from the void. This is the extreme Tao emperor weapon of the Wong family. It was the 10th ancestor who decisively used the power of his bloodline to revive this weapon once used by the great emperor. What? Extreme Tao emperor weapon. The Saint King who provoked outside the Wong family, when he saw the emperor-killing spear appear, his pupils suddenly shrank. The whole person was filled with fear. That was the extreme Tao emperor weapon. After it was fully revived, it was like the great emperor himself. He had just broken through the Saint King level, how could he resist? Run. This was the only thought in his mind. He even regretted his impulsiveness just now. Then, the Saint King did not hesitate to spend his own blood and forcefully tore through several voids, trying to escape the Emperor weapon's lock. Then he crossed the other side and escaped. Want to run? Too late. My Wong family is not a place where you can come and go as you please. The 10th ancestor held the emperor-killing spear tightly, his eyes were as bright as the peerless fairy sword. After confirming his eyes, he was the one who was going to die. Whoosh! The emperor-killing spear was thrown out, and the terrifying destructive breath gushed out, splitting the sky. The blood-red cloud and the gorgeous spear. After locking the body of the Saint King, it turned into a red stream of light and attacked directly. No, the Saint King who escaped into the void to hide felt the breath of the Emperor weapon's lock. The kind of death that was certain to die. It made his soul terrified. Unfortunately, the war spear attacked strongly, instantly piercing his holy body, annihilating his soul together, and nailing him in the void. The blood hole was terrifying, and blood was dripping. A Saint King-level warrior. He fell just like that. Seeing this scene, the countless divine thoughts that were talking in the void outside the Wong family suddenly became quiet. Hiss. In the past, when someone came to challenge, the Wong family would send people of the same realm to fight. How come the sleeping ancestors of the Wong family have all awakened today, and even the extreme Tao Emperor weapon has revived? The supreme ruler of an ancient countryside. What happened today is unheard of. You know, the extreme Tao Emperor weapon is the foundation of a family, especially the ancient family Wong family. The Emperor weapon appears, and immortality appears. That means the start of the immortal war. That was a demonstration. Warning us not to take the opportunity to make trouble. It seems that something terrible has happened inside the Wong family. An extremely powerful divine thought came out from a small world and interrupted the conversation of everyone. The person who spoke, it was Chu Lingxiu, the head of the Chu family, who was one of the ancient families like the Wong family. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. As expected. The next moment, the high-pitched voice of the 10th ancestor came from the Wong family, which concealed the secrets of heaven. It shook the entire sky. A mere saint king who just broke through the cultivation level dared to come to my Wong family and speak nonsense. Is it because my Wong family has been temporarily silent in recent years, so everyone thinks it is easy to bully? If anyone dares to come today, my Wong family will definitely launch an immortal war and fight to the death with them. With the previous experience of the Saint King just now, everyone did not dare to act rashly, and could only rely on their divine thoughts to observe the situation of the Wong family in the void. At the same time, in the delivery room, "Madam, push harder. Push harder, I seem to see the baby's head, bald." A midwife in charge of the delivery encouraged. She looked nervous, half bent over, staring at the birthing hole, ready to catch the baby. But the next second, Yin Susu screamed, and the God Origin stone wrapped around Wong Tang was ejected. With a whoosh, it hit the midwife and bounced her far away. Gulp, gulp, the 9-colored God Origin stone rolled on the ground for several rounds, and then stopped. Wong Tang inside was nauseated. He fainted directly. The midwife came back to her senses, looking at the stone emitting 9-color light on the ground, and her mouth kept twitching. She was completely confused. After a long time, what I saw just now was not a head, but pure stone. At this time, Wang Chendong, who heard no sound in the delivery room, shouted anxiously. "How is it? What's going on inside? Did Madam give birth? Is it a boy or a girl?" 3 questions in a row. The midwife was confused and didn't know how to answer. After a while, the midwife wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked out with a blank face. "Madam, gave birth, but..." The midwife frowned, as if it was difficult to express. "But what?" Wang Chendong immediately asked. The midwife swallowed her saliva and replied, "But, Madam gave birth to a stone, and it was 9-colored." "What? Give birth to a stone?" Wang Chendong opened his mouth wide, thinking he had heard it wrong. But when he saw the midwife holding out the 9-colored God Origin stone, he really believed that Yin Susu gave birth to a stone. After a long time, inside the God Origin stone, Wong Tang, who woke up from the rolling fainting, saw the scene outside through the 9-colored God Origin stone. At this moment, outside the God Origin stone, a dozen old men with 10 layers of wrinkles on their faces were looking around and staring at him. Like a mosquito fossil in amber. For people to see. And the place where their eyes were looking was exactly the direction where Wong Tang's little earthworm stood unshakable. How can the country's important weapon be easily shown to others? Look at me covering the sky. Wong Tang was tossing his arms in the God Source liquid. One raised high and fell down, his palms overlapped, covering the incense root that passed on the family line. 18th ancestor, can you tell whether it is a boy or a girl? Wang Chendong asked carefully. No, the 18th ancestor shook his head and said in confusion, "It's really strange. When I finally got a little bit into the God Origin stone, it was blocked by its hand, but there is indeed a baby in the stone, but I don't know whether it is a boy or a girl." With his top cultivation, he couldn't see through this 9-color God Origin stone. It's really strange. Forget it if you can't see it clearly. The cracks on this 9-color God Origin stone are everywhere. I think it will break soon, and then we will be able to see the truth automatically. But I still hope that I can bring a Qilin child to our clan. After trying to explore it to no avail, the 10th ancestor chose to let nature take its course. I hope there won't be any accidents. Wang Chendong looked at the God Origin stone and shook his head. Inside the God Origin stone, Wong Tang sat cross-legged, and with a thought, he called out the system. System, fuse the great accomplishment desolate ancient saint body for me. He wanted to shock everyone by being born. Boom. Accompanied by a golden light pouring into Wong Tang's body, the surging qi and blood power rushed, making the God Origin stone emit a blazing brilliance and shining with rays of light. The mountains shook and the ground cracked. 10 golden chains of order emerged from the void, instantly hooked the 9-color God Origin stone, and slowly rose to the sky. And when the 9-colored God Origin stone completely rose to the sky, crack, there was a loud and crisp sound. The chain broke and the God stone cracked. Boom. The sky exploded, and the protagonist made a brilliant appearance. The next second, Wong Tang jumped out of the 9-colored god origin stone and floated directly in the air. Ha ha ha, I'm finally out, young master. Boom. A terrifying and amazing force burst out from his fused desolate ancient saint body, breaking the array net of the four spirits' fierce array that concealed the secrets of the sky. In an instant, above the sky, countless saint phantoms appeared, and godfiends appeared in all directions, kneeling down and worshipping in the direction of Wong Tang. The auspicious beast loomed, surrounding Wong Tang and uttering immortal qi. Above the void outside the Wong family. What? Saint Phantom, and the godfiend of the heavens, quickly check what happened inside the Wong family. Could it be a natural saint? A supreme strong man was dumbfounded and guessed. Wait a minute, I just seemed to see a 9-colored stone, and then a baby jumped out of it. This vision was caused by the baby. The leader of the Yin-Yang sect spoke. The power that Wong Tang desolate ancient saint body burst out just now, and for a moment, it broke the secret of the heaven covered by the fierce formation. Let him accidentally see this scene. As soon as the voice fell, the vision on the sky disappeared, and replaced by 4 other ancient visions. Boom. Immortal King overlooks the 9 heavens. Chaos Seed Azure Lotus. Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. Splendid mountains and rivers. The 4 visions appeared together, shocking the heavens and the world. Sure enough, the Wong family gave birth to a divine infant. And it has the strongest physique in history, the desolate ancient saint body. No wonder they went to so much trouble. An ancestor of the ancient Chu family was also startled by the strange phenomenon and woke up from his slumber. I couldn't help but feel jealous. And the 4 unique strange phenomena of the desolate ancient saint body shocked the major forces watching from the outside. How could they not recognize this first physique in history? It's over, the Wong family gave birth to a desolate ancient saint body. How can the divine body of my saint child compare? It's better to seal yourself for 10,000 years and wait for the next life. A saint lord's heart was broken and he sighed. In my opinion, the great emperor of this life must belong to the Wong family. We'd better stand in line in advance so that we can seek protection in the future. The Supreme Dynasty Emperor spoke according to the situation. The news that the Wong family had given birth to a divine baby with a desolate ancient saint body spread like wildfire in the myriad worlds. There were also people who took a different approach. Using the supreme divine ability, they wrapped the unborn baby in the family in stone, hoping to imitate the Wong family and create a sacred body. HMPH. It's just a desolate ancient saint body. Although it is said to be invincible in the same realm, it is not a 100% great emperor. Under the brilliant world, the self-proclaimed divine saint child of various parties have awakened, and they all have powerful combat power. It is still unknown who is stronger and who is weaker. Besides, the imperial daughter of our clan has the body of Taiyin, which may not be worse than this desolate ancient saint body. An unconvinced divine thought came from another small world, exuding a terrifying and shocking aura. Just a cold snort. It was like a peerless immortal sword. It cut through the endless void and shook the phantoms of the divine thoughts of various parties violently. And the owner of this divine thought. It was the first ancestor of the ancient family Zhang family. He was also awakened by the vision of the desolate ancient saint body, and came here specifically to pay attention to the movements of the Wong family. Because in this life, there was only one imperial daughter in his clan who could compete for the destiny, so he was very unwilling to see the birth of the desolate ancient saint body in the Wong family. It is generally known, the desolate ancient saint body is passed down to males, not females. This made his envy, jealousy and hatred reach the extreme. Like the Chu family ancestor, he was unwilling to accept it. Having the strongest physique does not necessarily mean that you can laugh to the end. Inside the Wong family, ha 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 ha, desolate ancient saint body. It's still the desolate ancient saint body that broke the shackles. Who dares to compete with my Wong family for the destiny of this life? Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, Wang Chendong's face was about to bloom with laughter. That was his son. He had the desolate ancient saint body as soon as he was born. The more he looked, the happier he was. The next moment, Wang Chendong couldn't help but blurt out, "My son Wong Tang has the posture of the great emperor." Chendong, good job. You have made great contributions to the family this time. In this life, my Wong family is also qualified to compete for the destiny. The 18th ancestor patted his shoulder, nodded and smiled. The satisfied smile on his face was undoubtedly praising his achievement of shooting the bullseye 500 years ago, and the anomaly caused by Wong Tang's fusion of desolate ancient saint body. It even alarmed the remaining 16 ancestors in the ancestral land, making their coffins loose. One by one, they rushed to lift the lid, but they still resisted the urge. After all, people like them have lived for countless years. Once they wake up and come out of the coffin, their blood and energy will be consumed greatly, which is not conducive to being used as a trump card to protect the Wong family for a long time. Ha! The breeze blew and the strange sound dissipated. Wong Tang's baby-like body was like gold, with a restrained fairy light. Especially that place. Golden. The blood and energy were as huge as a dragon. The mark of the sacred body was revealed. His silver-white face was even more gloating. And Wong Tang, who was suspended in the sky, continued to recite in his heart without hesitation at the moment when the anomaly dissipated. System, fuse the ancient dual pupils and supreme bone for me. I want to scare them to death at once. As soon as the voice fell. Boom. The sky, which had originally dissipated the strange phenomenon, underwent a huge change in the blink of an eye. Spirit chi surged and reversed, and the rich chaotic energy flourished. Then, a pair of eyes with flowing runes hung in the sky like the sun and the moon, overlooking the eternal mountains and rivers, suppressing the myriad worlds. Lost in a moment, Wong Tang opened his eyes and instantly outlined the outline of the Great Tao, and the complex symbols engraved in his pupils were looming. The pupils with endless patterns were dazzling. Raise your hand to break the universe, open your eyes to mess up the years. An ancient and long-lasting sound of Tao resounded like thunder. It seemed to announce the myriad worlds. Ancient dual pupils already reappeared in the world. Oh my God, that's ancient dual pupils. In ancient times, the most terrifying eyes, if it is used, even Godfiend will retreat. An old immortal from an ancient family recognized dual pupils and crawled out of the coffin. Also exclaimed, having a desolate ancient saint body is not enough, there are ancient dual pupils. Heaven is unfair. Is this divine infant of the Wong family really going to suppress our Chu family in this life? Looking at the eyes in the sky, the Chu family ancestors' words were full of resentment. But he was powerless. Who told them that the physique of the emperor's child in their family could not compare with others? Why are the special physiques all in the body of the Wong family's divine infant? But our divine child has nothing. A living fossil of a large sect side. Comparing people is irritating. After a slight comparison between the two, he felt that his divine child was like a waste. He even had the urge to change his surname to Wong. And the appearance of ancient dual pupils. The first ancestor of the Zhang family, who was jealous just now, was a little moved. But he still insisted. Humph, it's just a desolate ancient saint body, plus a pair of ancient dual pupils, nothing great. The emperor's daughter of my family can also defeat him. In the Wong family. What? My son Wong Tang not only has desolate ancient saint body, but also ancient dual pupils. Wong Chendong opened his mouth in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this was the son he created. Above the sky, with the fusion of ancient dual pupils, the spirit chi in the Wong family has gradually fallen to the bottom. Due to the blockade of the four spirits' fierce formation, the spirit chi outside was originally introduced slowly. In addition, the fusion of desolate ancient saint body just now. A large amount of spirit chi was consumed. Now when it comes to the fusion of ancient dual pupils, the spirit chi around is exhausted and can no longer support it. No way, is it so unlucky? I haven't even started to fuse supreme bone yet, and spirit chi is gone. Then I'm finished. Wong Tang was annoyed. I didn't expect such a situation to happen in the middle. Just then, bang, there was a loud bang. A huge explosion occurred in the ancestral land of the Wong family, and the coffins of the 11th to 17th ancestors exploded. 7 tall figures walked out of it. The terrifying and old figure undoubtedly showed that they had lived for an endless long time. Then, the 7 ancestors of the Wong family stepped through the void and came to the top of the four spirits' evil formation. Together, bring in the spirit chi outside the formation. The 11th ancestor spoke without any hesitation. Immediately, the other 6 ancestors nodded and revived their exhausted blood and chi together. Then they pinched the magic formula with both hands. Using themselves as a guide, they connected to the center of the four spirits' evil formation and sucked in the spirit chi outside. Strands of pure spirit chi. Like a flood dragon sucking water, the seven ancestors absorbed a large amount of spirit chi into the formation. And Wong Tang, who was replenished with spirit chi. The speed of fusing ancient dual pupils also increased several times. Not long after, it was completely fused. This made Wong Tang, who was just worried about the exhaustion of spirit chi, boast again, and secretly said in his heart, "Ha ha 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 ha, the ancient dual pupils have also been successfully integrated. System, quickly put the last supreme bone on the agenda. Let them know how awesome I am." As soon as the voice fell, suddenly, the dual pupils' vision on the sky changed again, and the vision belonging to the supreme bone emerged. Boom, the bell roared, resounding through the sky. The 3,000 great Tao spiritual rhyme laws manifested, and countless brilliant golden patterns rippled on the sky. The sky was filled with thousands of feet of rosy clouds, extremely gorgeous. In the future, if I stand in the eternal heavens, I will definitely spend the years with you. An immortal and terrifying figure condensed from the void, and uttered domineering words. Then, the phantom shattered into pieces, turning into pieces of rune-covered bones, floating above the formation. The ripples of time fell thousands of feet. A closer look reveals that the lines and symbols drawn on the bones actually form their own laws of the world. Replaying the past, tracing the past to the present. That is, Supreme Bone, the symbol of the Supreme. Hiss, am I hallucinating? That's the Supreme Bone that is as famous as the ancient dual pupils, the only one in the world. Could this Wong family's divine infant be the Son of Heaven? Even the Supreme Bone has awakened. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was startled, and his divine thoughts joined the discussion in the void. Even he, the intelligence department of the Myriad worlds, had never seen such a thing. 3 special physiques, integrated into one baby, comparable to the Son of Heaven. Not only him, but everyone was surprised. That's not right. Isn't there only one Supreme Bone? Why are there so many? There aren't so many cabbages on the roadside. When did Supreme Bone become worthless? An old ancestor of the immortal dynasty sighed. Once reminded, everyone who reacted started counting Supreme Bones directly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No more, no less. A total of 108 pieces. Those dazzling Supreme Bones made them tremble in their hearts. It was just like buying in wholesale. With these 3 physiques, I can do it too. If you give me this body, I can definitely achieve the great emperor. Some hostile forces said unwillingly. They even wanted to take over Wong Tang's body. Achieve the Tao by themselves. And the first ancestor of the Zhang family, who was still stubborn before, shut his mouth instantly when he saw the 108 Supreme Bones. He even had a strange idea in his mind, that is, to marry the divine infant of the Wong family and marry their imperial daughter to the Wong family. When Wong Tang achieves the Tao and becomes the emperor, wouldn't it be equivalent to their Zhang family having the great emperor? Thinking of this, he felt that he was very smart, and he did not hesitate to quickly retract his divine thoughts, and his real body woke up from his slumber. At this time, the 108 Supreme Bones on the sky were like immortal mountains that lasted forever. A shocking power burst out. The pure spirit chi that the 7 ancestors had sucked in was instantly squeezed out. No, there are too many Supreme Bones. The spirit chi we have taken in is not enough at all. The 17th ancestor frowned and shouted. Supreme Bones need too much spirit chi. The ones they forcibly took in were not enough at all, and it was obvious that the expenditure was greater than the income. Seeing the spirit chi around them drying up and the Supreme Bones fusion speed slowing down. Boom, in the ancestral land. The coffins of the 1st to the 9th ancestors exploded with a bang, leaving no residue. Old 17, don't panic. We are here. 9 towering figures slowly emerged. They stepped on the void and came to the sky, as if walking in the long river of time, gazing at the river of time from ancient times to the present. Although the blood and chi were scarce and the body was shriveled, the murderous aura was still trembling. The 9 great ancestors suppressed the sky. Old 18, you must withdraw the 4 spirits' evil formation first. Then Old 10, you must immediately take back the Emperor killing spear. We will use the Extreme Tao Emperor weapon as a guide to intercept the origin of the world. The second ancestor stood with his hands behind his back, making arrangements calmly. Withdraw the formation. The 18th ancestor hesitated, not wanting to expose the baby to the eyes of all parties. It doesn't matter. The anomalies caused by these 3 constitutions have already made them guess. It doesn't matter at this moment, the first ancestor said with a piercing gaze. With the first ancestor's words, the 18th ancestor immediately sent out divine thoughts and commanded the 4 spirit guards to withdraw the formation. And the 10th ancestor also urged the power of his bloodline to take back the emperor killing spear that was inserted into the body of the Saint King in the void not far away. Buzz! The 4 beasts roared, and the formation dissipated. As the Wong family's protective formation was withdrawn, countless divine thoughts in the void outside saw the scene inside. Sure enough, a divine baby was born. It's incredible, the blood and chi are too abundant. An old ancestor of the Chu family, who is also from the ancient family, was the first to probe into the divine consciousness after the formation dissipated, staring at Wong Tang's dragon, and repeatedly confirming it. With him leading the way, the forces of all parties also became bolder, and looked at Wong Tang, who had merged with Supreme Bone in the void from afar with their divine consciousness. At this time, an old ancestor of a major sect noticed more than a dozen tall figures above the sky. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Look, the 18 old ancestors of the Wong family have all revived despite the loss of blood and chi. What are they going to do?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were attracted. They all looked at the 18 old ancestors of the Wong family who were surrounded in a ring in the void above the Wong family. Only above the void, the Extreme Tao Emperor weapon God-killing war spear revived, exuding the terrifying pressure of the Great Emperor and dropping thousands of imperial laws. It was like the ancient Great Emperor himself. We use the power of the Wong family bloodline to awaken the spirit of Emperor weapon and help us. The ancestors shouted in unison. The next moment, the spirit of Emperor weapon, called by the power of blood, emerged from the God-killing spear. Boom, boom, with the assistance of the spirit of Emperor weapon, the 18 ancestors attacked at the same time, urging the revived God-killing spear to forcibly plunder and intercept the origin of the world. Then with the help of Extreme Tao Emperor weapon, it was quickly transformed into spirit chi and injected into Wong Tang's body. Spirit chi has been replenished, and the fusion speed has accelerated. Ha ha ha, reincarnation is really a technical job, fortunately there are so many ancestors to clean up my ass. Wong Tang was secretly happy, and the worried look when the spirit chi was exhausted just now was swept away. With the influx of spirit chi in the body, 108 supreme bones swayed violently, burning with golden light. Then, it turned into a series of law runes, poured into Wong Tang's body, and instantly replaced his own bones. The process was painless. It made Wong Tang feel good about the system. Intercept the origin of heaven and earth. After so many years, these old guys still have such tough methods, they are really well hidden. A hoarse and vicissitudes voice came from the small world of the ancient family Yi family. This is the divine thought of an ancestor of the Yi family. There are some other meanings in the words. Among the 5 ancient families, the Wong family ranks first, and the Yi family is the second for thousands of years. So they have been eyeing the Wong family. Seeing that the 18 ancestors who were exhausted still had the same methods as before, it was inevitable that they felt jealous. Inside the Wong family, after Wong Tang completed the fusion of Supreme Bone, all the strange phenomena on the sky disappeared and returned to a calm state. At this time, lotus flowers grew under the feet of the first ancestor. He stepped on them and came to the side of Wong Tang, who was suspended in the air, and hugged him in his arms. Immediately, his terrifying quasi-emperor pressure was released, and he made a deafening sound, saying, "Fellow Taoists outside, you have seen enough today. Now my Wong family has important matters to deal with. Isn't it time for you to leave?" The voice was huge, and it was particularly harsh. Especially mixed with the pressure of the quasi-emperor Tao, many people with lower cultivation felt suffocated. Ha 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 ha, old monster Wong, congratulations on the birth of a divine baby in your clan. I'm sorry that my real body cannot come out of the coffin. Otherwise, I will definitely come to visit you properly. An old ancestor of the Chu family said in a fake greeting. As soon as the voice fell, His divine thoughts left tactfully. Anyway, he had seen everything he should see, and there was no point in staying here. Fellow Taoist Wong, congratulations. Today I have opened my eyes. 3 physiques are gathered in one person. It is unheard of in ancient and modern times. You have to train well. Don't let anything happen. Otherwise, it will be a joke. An old ancestor of the Yi family spoke up, and he was very unconvinced in his words, and even threatened him. Hearing this, the first ancestor was not accommodating. The god-killing war spear in his hand hummed and snorted coldly. HMPH, fellow Taoist Yi, you don't have to worry about this. You should keep an eye on the prince of your clan. Maybe your prince will be stabbed to death by a wild spear when he goes out one day. Who knows? You said something and I said something, tit for tat. If the Yi family really dares to kill Wong Tang in the future, he will also kill the prince of the Yi family without morality. Even launching an immortal war. Hearing the reply from the first ancestor, the Yi family patriarch snorted twice and withdrew his divine thoughts with anger. As for the other parties watching the battle, except for a few divine thoughts that congratulated the Wong family, most of them left quietly without making a sound. But today's scene, it left an indelible impression in their hearts. And the divine infant that jumped out of the stone of the Wong family. It was like a strong wind blowing through the myriad worlds, and became the top news. Inside the Wong family, as the divine thoughts of the various forces outside left, the first ancestor also slowly landed on the ground holding the naked Wong Tang. Brother, let me see. This little guy made too much noise today, I have to give him some love. The 10th ancestor's wrinkled face showed brilliant joy, and he walked up to him in a quick step. He took Wong Tang from the first ancestor's arms and brought him over. Almost subconsciously, his empty eyes moved down a little. Where his eyes fell, it was Wong Tang's desolate ancient saint body. Not bad, half of my majesty. The 10th ancestor stretched out his left hand, measured the size slightly, and nodded with satisfaction. He looked like an old and frivolous man. The rest of the ancestors also quickly gathered around, holding each other's naked Wong Tang, and their love was about to overflow. At this moment, the first ancestor looked serious, and announced in front of the head of the family, Wong Chendong, other elders of the clan, and the 17 ancestors. I declare that this child is the current emperor of our clan, and his status is equal to ours. In the future, he will have priority in all resources in the clan. The great emperor of this life belongs to my Wong family. His words were full of penetration. Not only did he inform everyone present, but the loudspeaker spread throughout the entire Wong family. The family leaders had no objection, because they all knew the horror of the 3 major physiques, desolate ancient saint body, ancient dual pupils, and supreme bone. Especially coexistence. Half a foot has already stepped into the great emperor realm. But the younger generation of juniors complained again and again. What? The position of the emperor's son, which has been vacant for so long, has now fallen on this baby's head. A clan member spoke in confusion, revealing doubts and dissatisfaction in his words. Isn't the ancestor too inconsiderate? We also have divine body, or sacred body, why not us? Said another family member. He also has a divine body. He thinks he is the most likely candidate to compete for the title of the emperor's son. Yes, the ancestor is too partial. There are also many self-proclaimed geniuses in my lineage, all ready to compete for the destiny in this life. Do we have to let them continue to self-proclaim? There are jealous young clansmen who are not strong enough, but pretend to be injustice for their own people. Trying to confuse the audience. I think the position of the emperor's son should be selected through competition, otherwise it is unfair. We are not convinced that a newborn baby is appointed, not at all. In addition, there are arrogant and bold young men who took this opportunity to keep shouting for a ring match. They want to win the position of the emperor's son. But then again, what he said is not without reason. You know, as an ancient family, the Wong family has gone through countless years, and there are countless outstanding descendants in the family. There are also many ancient freaks who have called themselves so. Among them, there are also many people with special physiques or outstanding talents. This announcement of the candidate for the emperor's son. It is undoubtedly to reject everyone and promote Wong Tang alone. The emperor's son, the emperor's son. As the name suggests, that is the candidate for the great emperor, the treasure of the clan. Which young generation does not envy this position? And the dissatisfaction of many young generation clansmen was also heard by the 18 ancestors in the blink of an eye. This matter is finalized, and no one is allowed to discuss it again. The first ancestor's decisive words spread throughout the Wong family again, and there was obvious anger. After this, everyone was speechless. No one dared to be the first to talk, otherwise they would face the anger of the first ancestor. Then, the 18 ancestors opened the long-sealed imperial palace and let Wong Tang live in it, and they took turns to protect and teach. They wanted to do their best to cultivate Wong Tang's cultivation. As the news of Wong Tang's birth spread throughout the heavens, major forces also began their own calculations. There was the sacred land that was willing to be a vassal, or the family that proposed an alliance, or even the immortal dynasty that sent its own princess to marry. Every day, there were people visiting the Wong family. The forces of marriage were almost trampling the door. Among them, including the Zhang family, who was also an ancient family. In the meeting hall of the Wong family, fellow Taoist, please reconsider. The daughter of my clan has the body of Taiyan, the best candidate for a dual cultivation partner. Besides, we are both ancient families. Once we get married, it will be a powerful combination. By then, who can stop our great-grandson-in-law from achieving Tao and becoming an emperor? An old man in simple clothes, speaking excitedly, was constantly tempting the first ancestor on the main seat. This person, it turned out to be the first ancestor of the Zhang family. That's not right. Old man Zhang, when the son of my clan was born before, I seem to hear you say that desolate ancient saint body may not necessarily achieve Tao. Why did you suddenly change your mind? The second ancestor sitting next to him drank a sip of the brewed Tao rime tea, as if he thought of something. He asked directly. The corner of his mouth showed a meaningful smile. Who said that? Slander. This is slandering me. I definitely didn't say that. Someone must have deliberately spread rumors to prevent our two families from getting married. The first ancestor of the Zhang family slammed the table and stood up, his face full of grievances, and he said righteously. The ancestors knew his plan very well. After a brief thought, the first ancestor found an excuse and sighed. Fellow Taoist Zhang, we can't make the decision on this matter. The emperor of our clan has not grown up yet, and his status is the same as ours. How can we make our own decisions without his consent? We will discuss this matter later. It's obvious. The first ancestor used this as an excuse to get rid of him. And the first ancestor of the Zhang family was also aggrieved, and he didn't hesitate to spend his blood and energy to be born. I thought that the marriage would be successful and I would abduct a great emperor for the family, but I didn't expect the plan to fall through. Then, Wong fellow Taoist, I will wait until your clan's prince grows up, and then discuss the marriage. Don't promise others. He did not give up at all. After leaving these two sentences, he hurriedly left the Wong family and prepared to return to the clan to continue sleeping in the coffin. Try to retain more blood and qi, to ensure that he will come out again in the future to discuss the marriage. Wait for the Zhang family ancestors to leave. The first ancestor slowly stood up and said firmly, tell everyone that from now on, the Wong family will refuse to see guests. And close the entrance to the small world, pour out all resources, and let the prince break through the realm as soon as possible, so that he can catch up with the opening of this life's destiny and compete for the qualification to prove the great emperor. With the first ancestor's words, the other 17 ancestors and many clan elders immediately began to arrange for seclusion. Temporary patience. It is to wait for Wong Tang to have enough time to develop, and then soar into the sky and shock the myriad worlds again. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years have passed. This day, in the center of the Wong family, in the emperor's palace. Hiss. This life is so comfortable. It makes me want to give up a little bit. Wong Tang, who was covered in golden light and had blood like a dragon, was swimming happily in a green pool. And the liquid in this pool, it was condensed by the 18 ancestors using various natural materials and treasures in the clan. It contains a lot of pure spirit qi. It even evolved some Tao rhyme. Moreover, after 2.5 years of pouring resources, his desolate ancient saint body became more and more brilliant, like a pure gold wrap. Although his realm has always remained in the blood channeling realm, his strength has broken through to the extreme realm of strength. It has reached a terrifying 100,000 pounds. It is comparable to Tang San, who has become a god. The main feature is that his physical body is invincible. Suddenly, the long silent system voice resounded in his mind. Ding! New sign in location refreshed. Sign in location: Wong Family Martial Arts Training Ground. Martial Arts Training Ground. System, you finally refreshed the sign in location. Wong Tang was secretly delighted. For 2.5 years, the 18 ancestors had kept him in the Imperial Palace. Every day, in addition to listening to them read the Great Tao, he practiced with a lot of natural materials and treasures. It was extremely boring. Now he could finally use this as an excuse to go out. Just at this time, the 7th ancestor came with his hands behind his back, bathing in the breeze. Today it was his turn to teach Wong Tang. Before he could get close, Wong Tang quickly turned out of the spiritual spring, put on the clothes placed aside, and ran to the 7th ancestor first. 7th ancestor, 7th ancestor. I want to go to the martial arts training ground. It's been so long, I don't even know how much strength I have. Wong Tang said coquettishly in a baby voice. Just these 2 sentences made the 7th ancestor's heart melt, and his face was full of love. Okay, since you want to go, the ancestor will take you there, and it's just right to test your blood and chi. In an instant, the bell of the emperor's palace rang out, and the lingering sound spread throughout the Wong family. The emperor's bell rang, and the emperor's son came out. All the eyes of the younger generation of the Wong family were attracted by the direction of the bell. When Wong Tang was born and given the title of emperor's son, they were dissatisfied, but they temporarily gave up because of the majesty of the first ancestor. Now that the emperor's son Wong Tang has come out of retreat, it is a good opportunity for them to find an opportunity to challenge. As the emperor's son out of retreat? So soon, could it be, that the emperor's son came out to take a breath? Some clansmen seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise. From birth to now, only 2.5 years have passed. No matter how great he is, he will definitely not have a high realm. Back then, when they were this age, they were still crying and feeding. Amid the confused sighs of the crowd, the door of the imperial palace creaked open. The 7th ancestor held Wong Tang, who was a child. He stepped out from inside. Boom! The surrounding void changed instantly. The 7th ancestor's step transcended the Tao rhyme law, shrinking the earth to an inch, and came directly to the location of the martial arts field. Where is the person guarding the force measuring tablet? Open the seal quickly and let the son of the emperor test the power of blood and chi. The 7th ancestor looked majestic, looking at the direction of the stone tablet below, and uttered a rolling thunder. The next moment, an old man in the robes of the clan elders appeared from the void and bowed to the 7th ancestor and Wong Tang. Meet the 7th ancestor, meet the son of the emperor. 7th ancestor, please wait a moment, I will open the seal of the stone tablet. As soon as the voice fell, the elder of the clan used a spell to break the seal in front of him, revealing a stone tablet 10 feet high. A force measuring tablet, a stone tablet for testing the power of blood and chi. It was created thousands of years ago, and it was made of unknown material. It was as strong as diamond, but it had no power. Its only function was to test the power of blood and chi. Almost all the major forces or transcendent level families have a force measuring tablet in their hands. If the blood force reaches a certain level, the force measuring tablet can also lead to the legendary Godfiend Genshin tablet, which lists the peerless geniuses in the Myriad races. Although it only records the blood force of the blood channeling realm. But those who can leave their names on the Godfiend Genshin tablet eventually reach a terrifying level. The physical body is almost invincible. Tanger, go. You aim at that hole and punch it with all your strength, and you can test the blood force. The 7th ancestor put down Wong Tang, pointed to the force measuring tablet below, and said patiently. Nodded. Wong Tang followed the direction of his finger and stepped down step by step. Every step he took, a lotus rose under his feet, acting as a footpad. Naturally close to the myriad laws of Great Tao. What do you think? How much blood and chi can the prince have? Can he draw out the Godfiend heaven-suppressing monument? A tribe member asked doubtfully. I am not belittling the prince. The prince is only 2.5 years old, how much blood and chi can he have? It is a miracle that he can break our Wong family record. In addition, there are younger tribe members who are making sarcastic remarks. They all want to compete for the position of the prince. So they have never been optimistic about Wong Tang. It is really a foolish dream. To draw out the godfy and heaven-suppressing monument, the starting requirement is to break through the extreme realm of power. Even the most powerful monster since the establishment of our tribe has only produced 80,000 blood and chi in the blood channeling realm. He is a 2.5-year-old baby, and it is good to have 10,000 kilograms of blood and chi, and he can draw out the godfy and heaven-suppressing monument. Humph, if he can draw it out, I will swallow dog shit on the spot. An ancient freak with a scar on his forehead snorted coldly. He was a self-proclaimed genius who had awakened from endless years just to fight for the destiny of this life. But he didn't expect Wong Tang to appear and take away the vacant position of the emperor's son. Just when everyone was not optimistic about Wong Tang, he had already arrived in front of the stone tablet. Feeling the touch of the ground under his feet, he thought and called out the system without hesitation. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host, the sign-in is successful, and 9 drops of diluted Pangu's blood are obtained. 9 drops of Pangu's blood. Did they imprison Pangu and draw blood? He was shocked. Pangu is the great god of opening heaven. He supports opening heaven with his physical strength. His blood is definitely a supreme treasure to enhance the power of chi and blood. This reward is quite good. After the sign-in is over, Wong Tang looked at the force measuring tablet in front of him, gently stroked it with his little hand, and didn't feel anything special. Then, he looked at the groove in the middle of the stone tablet. This is what the 7th ancestor said, to hit the place of the test with force. Immediately, Wong Tang took a deep breath, mobilized the blood and chi in his body, waved his little arms, and punched it with all his strength. Hey, the babyish voice, coupled with his small child body, seemed so pale and weak. It even caused a lot of people to laugh. But the next moment, when the fist hit the groove, an astonishing blood and chi force gushed out, shaking the force measuring monument a little. 100,000 pounds of blood and chi force. It has reached the extreme of strength, and 10 light pillars burst out instantly when it hit the force measuring monument. Boom, each light pillar rises. It represents 10,000 pounds of blood and chi force. At this moment, Wong Tang's punch burst out 10 light pillars. He is a monster. The power of chi and blood has reached the limit of the force measuring monument. 100,000 jin, can a human beat this? Scar Wong Mian's mouth twitched constantly. He just laughed at Wong Tang, but now he was slapped in the face. The reversal was too fast. At this time, an ancient freak who had a fight with him took the opportunity to step forward and mocked him. Wong Mian, you are talking about you, just say something harsh. Why do you still cheat for food and drink? Now, how long are you going to show us how to eat dog shit? I think, you will definitely not regret it in front of everyone, right? As soon as these words came out, many family members gathered to watch. They were all ready to see Wong Mian's joke. Boom. Suddenly, the 10 light beams on the force measuring monument intertwined and gathered together, reflecting a huge ancient and vicissitudes of life in the void. It was dozens of times larger than the force measuring monument. The laws were surrounded on it, various patterns were suspended, and many red and gold names were engraved. That is, godfy and heaven suppressing monument. Showing the geniuses of all races in the myriad worlds, after reaching the ultimate power, the ranking is at a higher level. At this moment, it was brought out by Wong Tang. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of the sky exploding, the huge front of the monument emitted a star-like brilliance. Then, a golden list appeared in the void. Myriad Race's ultimate power ranking. First place. Zhan Wushuang, Tianzhao Ant Clan, Qi and Blood Power 800,000 Jin. Second place. Ao Judian, True Dragon Race, Qi and Blood Power 750,000 Jin. Third place. Feng Qinger, Immortal Phoenix Clan, Qi and Blood Power 700,000 Jin. Fourth place. Wang Fu Duan, Race, Qilin Clan, Qi and Blood Power 620,000 Jin. Fifth place. Niu Qing, Tianwang Divine Bull Clan, Qi and Blood Power 600,000 Jin. Godfy and Heaven Suppressing Monument, ha 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 ha, Tanger has really brought new surprises to us old guys. The 7th ancestor was overjoyed and couldn't stop laughing. Not only him. In the depths of the Wong family's ancestral land, the other 17 ancestors who were adjusting their blood and chi deficiency looked at the Godfiend heaven-suppressing monument floating in the void. They almost laughed their heads off. Especially the first ancestor. In his joy, he couldn't help but repeat a sentence that Wang Chendong had praised him before. Wong Tang, the son of my clan, has the potential to be a great emperor. At the same time, in the entire ancient star domain, countless forces and sects have noticed the appearance of the Godfiend heaven-suppressing monument. Every time this stone tablet appears, it represents the birth of a power genius. It also means that the ranking on the Godfiend heaven-suppressing monument may change greatly. That is an opportunity to leave a name for eternity. After thousands of years, this stone tablet finally appeared again. Which freak caused it? Could it be a self-proclaimed genius of a certain faction? The headmaster of the supreme sect could not hold back his emotions and sent out a ray of divine thoughts to seek the source of the cause. Except for him, the major forces became restless again in the void because of the Godfiend heaven-suppressing tablet. Wherever they looked, they found that the location where the Godfiend heaven-suppressing tablet landed was actually above the Wong family's small world. No way, it's the Wong family again. How much shit luck did this ancient Wong family have to have another powerful monster appear? A saint king of a major sect exclaimed. 2.5 years ago, they witnessed the coexistence of 3 kinds of heaven-defying physiques. Now they actually saw the Godfiend heaven-suppressing tablet again, which had not appeared in thousands of years. How could they remain calm? If he had not lived for a long time and seen through many fame and fortune. I'm afraid his Tao heart would be unstable. No. It's not that another evildoer has appeared, but that this Godfiend heaven-suppressing steel was brought out by the 3-body coexisting baby of the Wong family. The head of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion appeared in time, found the clue from the source of the steel, and explained. This almost made them have a myocardial infarction. Are you going to let people live? You've been cheating. You can just prove the great emperor right here, and there's no need to fight for it. At the same time, in the Wong family, all the family members were completely dumbfounded, and even the many self-indulgent geniuses who were not convinced before shut up. 800,000 Jin of force. Wong Tang stared at the chi and blood force ranked first on the list and sighed. His own 100,000 Jin of force just met the standard for bringing out the Godfiend heaven-suppressing steel. And this was also thanks to the great accomplishment desolate ancient saint body. The terrifying chi and blood power he possessed, combined with the fusion of supreme bone and ancient dual pupils, allowed him to cultivate to the ultimate state of power. How could he leave his name on it now? In a trance. He seemed to have thought of something, and the worry on his face suddenly turned into a look of joy. Ha ha ha, system, absorb those 9 drops of Pengu's blood essence for me. That's right. Wong Tang was thinking of this Pengu's blood essence, whose owner was the person who created the world in the physical body opening heaven. Blood essence can definitely improve the power of chi and blood. Boom, 9 drops of diluted Pengu's blood essence merged into his body, and Wong Tang's guess was immediately confirmed. The blood essence is majestic as a dragon. It gathered and collided in Wong Tang's body, as if it wanted to burst his body, but it was suppressed by the desolate ancient saint body that allowed him to refine it. That amazing and terrifying power. After being suppressed and calmed down, it gradually turned into illusory blood dragons and drilled into various places in Wong Tang's body. Internal organs, the inner wall of the body, blood, skin, the root of the incense of passing on the family line. Almost every part of his body absorbed the pure energy transformed from Pengu's blood essence. After a moment, after refining Pengu's blood essence, Wong Tang felt that his body became whiter and more dazzling, like pure gold. And his blood power, it also improved qualitatively, reaching 1 million Jin. That's right, 1 drop of diluted Pengu's blood essence is equivalent to 100,000 Jin of blood power. And 9 drops of blood essence. It is 900,000 Jin of blood power. Adding Wong Tang's original 100,000 blood power, it just increased to 1 million Jin of blood power. This power is so strong. I can feel that even if a person in the spiritual realm is fighting with only his physical body, I can smash him into pieces with 1 punch. Wong Tang exhaled a breath of turbid air, and just clenched his palms. He felt the extraordinary power. Now his power has increased tenfold, so terrifying. Then, He glanced at the Myriad race's rankings, and instantly felt that the people whose names were on it were not worth mentioning. Compared with him, they were just scum. 100,000 jin of blood and chi power is the limit of the force measuring monument. But it is not his limit. And at this moment, Wong Tang wants to test whether 1 million jin of blood and chi power can break through the limit of the God-fiend heaven suppressing monument. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Wong Tang punched in the direction of the God-fiend heaven suppressing monument. That 1 million jin of blood and chi power. The moment it hit the God-fiend heaven suppressing monument, the entire stone tablet was in commotion, as if it was stunned. Dong, 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 dong. The bell rang, announcing the Myriad worlds. The next moment, the stone tablet glowed all over, and the Myriad race's ranking engraved on it shone with thousands of feet of rosy light, as holy and flawless as a god. First place, Wong Tang, human race, blood and chi power of 1 million jin. A row of large golden characters were quickly outlined and engraved on the top of the stone tablet. All the Myriad races of ancient and modern times were crushed below. 1 million jin. Can a human fight this? It's 200,000 jin more than the sky-horned ant, one of the 10 evils, which is known to have the strongest physical strength. Am I dreaming? An experienced elder of the Wong family couldn't help but look moved at this moment. He even pinched his face without caring about his image, to verify whether he was dreaming. This is not a human race, it's simply an ancient beast. I seriously suspect that the Emperor's son is an ancient creature that has been sealed up, otherwise how could he jump out of the stone? A wise man in the clan, who turned into a divine fortune teller with a wealth of knowledge, analyzed for a while. And the major forces of the ancient star domain, especially the ancient king clan hidden in the depths of the universe, and the 7 life forbidden areas, were completely alarmed. Because the name is too amazing. It belongs to the human race again. If he continues to grow, he will definitely become another existence that is unrivaled in the past and present. He will definitely bear the destiny of this world. He will then become the great emperor. He will suppress all of their tribes for tens of thousands of years again. No, we can't let this Wong family's divine infant grow up, otherwise, who else can compete with him? We must kill him before he is fully grown. In the Qilin cave, an old ancestor of the Qilin clan woke up and ordered the guards immediately. As one of the forbidden places that has fought with the Wong family for countless years. Their Qilin son has sealed himself for 100,000 years. This life was born. It is to fight for the only destiny and prove the great emperor. All obstacles must be cleared. Now seeing Wong Tang bring out the God-fiend heaven suppressing monument and hit 1 million pounds of blood and chi, he can no longer hold the coffin lid. If it weren't for his huge consumption of vitality, he would definitely go and kill Wong Tang himself. Shenwang Ridge. The prince of the Wong family has some tricks. Funger, the fight for destiny in this life will be 100 times more intense than before. Especially this prince of the Wong family, he will be your biggest enemy on the road to becoming an emperor. You must practice well and try to get rid of him before he develops. The patriarch of the immortal Phoenix clan said earnestly. What he just said, it was to his own divine maiden beside him. Don't worry, patriarch, when the Myriad Races conference begins, I will defeat the prince of the Wong family in front of everyone. Feng Yanran bit her red lips and promised. The name outlined by the golden pattern on the sky seemed to have become a difficult hurdle she had to overcome. If she didn't defeat Wong Tang, she couldn't become a female emperor. At the same time, Wong family, martial arts field. After Wong Tang's name topped the list, the God-fiend heaven suppressing monument gradually dissipated. The world returned to its original tranquility. My little ancestor. You are so proud. I have never seen a force of 1 million kilograms of blood and chi. The 7th ancestor ignored his own image and hugged Wong Tang and loved him. The corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the back of his head. At this time, Wong Mian in the martial arts field tried to divert the attention of the bet. He stepped forward and bowed unconvinced. Ancestor, I want to challenge the emperor's son. Challenge. The 7th ancestor's good mood disappeared instantly. It was like a fly got into his mouth. He knew clearly what bad things these children in the family were holding in their hearts. Just when he was about to get angry, Wong Tang in his arms, with his delicate little hand, pulled the 7th ancestor's collar. Said innocently, 7th ancestor, I accept his challenge. I haven't fought with others yet. I want to try my strength to see if I can beat him. That's it. The seventh ancestor just had to obey Wong Tang. Then he waved his hand, and the elders in charge of the force measuring monument understood it immediately. He pinched out another spell in his hand. Buzz. With a loud bang, a round battle platform suddenly appeared above the martial arts arena. Seeing this, Wong Mian thought that his evil plan had succeeded. He jumped up with a whoosh. Emperor's son, please. He pretended to be a gentleman and waved to Wong Tang. Little did he know what kind of pain he would face next. Tap, tap, tap. Wong Tang stepped on the lotus of the great Tao, and his little feet fluttered back and forth in the air. He also jumped up with a whoosh. Emperor's son. Although you have broken through the extreme realm of strength and your physical strength has reached 1 million pounds, you are still in the blood channeling realm after all. And I have been sealed for countless years, and my realm is still in the 9th layer of the spiritual transformation realm. The gap is too big. How about this? I will let you 3 moves, and you will never fight back within 3 moves. Wong Mian was very confident. Seeing that he looked down on his 2.5-year-old cultivation, Wong Tang didn't bother to be polite with him. He just waved his fist. He swung at Wong Mian. Hey, hey. This babyish battle scene instantly melted the female tribesmen below. Wow, the prince is so cute. I really want to pinch his cheeks, he's so cute. One female tribesman said excitedly with a crazy look on her face. Besides, the prince's face is so white. I can't help but want to go up and kiss him. Another female tribesman was filled with maternal love, holding her face and blurting out. It was like seeing Hakimi on the battle stage. Prince, you can't hit me with this punch. Wong Mian seemed to have a sure win, and said happily. Then, he closed his eyes, and when Wong Tang's little fist was about to come, his body shifted 45 degrees to the left confidently. I thought he could dodge this punch. Who knew? Bang. A sound of cartilage breaking made Wong Mian's eyes ache. Ah, ah, ah. Wong Mian fell to the ground, rolling back and forth. His balls were broken. That's right. Wong Tang didn't hit his body at all, but aimed at the root of the family lineage. He used 1 million pounds of physical strength. Just thinking about it makes people's anus tighten. Hee hee, little guy, let me see if you still look down on me. Let you be so arrogant here, now you feel comfortable. Wong Tang touched his nose and thought to himself. Who would have thought? He is a 2.5-year-old child, and he doesn't play by the rules at all. Specializes in the lower 3 roots. After knocking Wong Mian down with 1 punch, Wong Tang adheres to the principle of taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Flutter. His body jumped high, then fell at a high speed, and sat on Wong Mian's legs. This time, he used the blood and chi power of desolate ancient saint body. The powerful blood and chi like a dragon made Wong Tang's free fall reach the extreme speed. Crack. No surprise. Wong Mian's legs were broken by sitting. Ah, my legs. He straightened his back in pain, not caring about the injury to his vitals. He wanted to fight back and shake off Wong Tang. What? Didn't you agree to let me have 3 moves? This is only the first move, and you want to fight back. These 2 sentences made Wong Mian speechless. He looked up and looked around. All the tribesmen were staring at him. If he went back on his word again, he would not be able to survive in the future. He wanted to cry but had no tears. It was really a dumb person eating Coptis chinensis and couldn't say the pain. It was more uncomfortable than eating dog shit. If he could do it again, he would rather eat dog shit in public than compete with Wong Tang again. This is good. He was disabled after 2 moves. Seeing Wong Tang raise his fist again, Wong Mian shouted immediately. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Emperor's son, I admit defeat, stop fighting. As soon as the voice fell, Wong Tang clapped his hands and jumped off his legs with disdain. The arena shook 3 times. Afterwards, after the elders announced that Wong Tang had won, they took the injured Wong Mian to treatment. After this battle, no one dared to look down on Wong Tang anymore. At least before he grew taller, the male members of the Wong family did not dare to challenge him. Wong Tang returned to the imperial palace. He abandoned all external things and entered the state of cultivation again. Because Pengu's blood essence not only increased his blood and chi power by 900,000 kilograms, And his body was filled with pure energy. If he did not absorb and refine it in time, he would probably explode and die. In the blink of an eye, 5.5 years passed. The 8-year-old Wong Tang refined the last wisp of Pengu's blood essence in his body. His cultivation level soared to the 9th layer of the spiritual transformation realm. Like Wang Mian, who had fought before, he was only one step away from the Four Extremities realm. Creak. Opening the door of the Imperial Palace, the familiar bell sounded again in the clan. After several years of seclusion, it's time to come out and breathe. Wong Tang was bathed in the breeze, and his skin was golden and restrained, like a fallen immortal. In these 5.5 years, while his cultivation level was improved, his desolate ancient saint body became more and more bloody under the effect of Pengu's blood essence. Once it was fully released, no less than a cub of an ancient beast. Tanger, are you out of retreat? I never thought that in just 5.5 years, you have reached the 9th layer of the spiritual transformation realm. Wang Chendong rushed over as soon as possible and was overjoyed when he saw his cultivation. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He is indeed his own kind. Not bad, not bad. This speed is even faster than when I was young. The 18th ancestor stroked his beard and nodded. The other 17 ancestors also heard the news and woke up from the ancestral land containing chi-nurturing blood. They looked at Wong Tang one by one. Like trying to figure out a rare treasure, they were very satisfied. Just kidding. Desolate ancient saint body, ancient dual pupils, 108 supreme bones. With these 3 constitutions, any dog can become a generation of dog emperor. At this time, the first ancestor seemed to remember something and said, Tanger, it just so happens that you are out of retreat. The Myriad Races Conference will be held in half a month. By then, I will let old 18 accompany you, just in time to show your strength. Give our Wong family face. Myriad Races Conference. Just when he was about to ask, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, the new sign-in location is refreshed. Sign-in location, Myriad Races Conference. It seems. This place must be visited. Wong Tang pondered for a while and said to himself. The next second, several ancestors rushed to speak and told everything about the Myriad Races Conference. So, every time the contest for destiny begins, all forces and races will jointly hold a contest to test each other. On the surface, it is a competition. In fact, it is to measure and test strength. To see which side's saint child is a strong candidate for the great emperor. Of course, some of the old 6 forces will specifically carry out assassinations to clear obstacles for their own divine child. But there is no need to be afraid of Wong Tang. With the 18 ancestors here, who dares to assassinate him? Start the immortal war directly. And the purpose of letting Wong Tang participate is to defeat the geniuses of various races and become famous. Tanger, this time you go to the Myriad Races Conference. I, the ancestor, have specially prepared a gift for you. The 18th ancestor smiled. In the blink of an eye, a crack in the void was torn open. A trapped beast was caught from it. Dragon head, lion body, curly hair and spiral bun, sharp teeth. The limbs are surrounded by dark flames, which seem to be able to burn everything in the world. Ancient beast, Suani. Wong Tang sighed and naturally recognized the beast. His eyes lit up. The desire to ride Suani in his heart became stronger and stronger. After all, who wouldn't want to ride on such a cool ancient beast and experience some power? HMPH, you want to ride me? You can't do that unless I die. Even if I'm torn to pieces and my blood is drained away, I won't surrender to you. Seeing the heat in Wong Tang's eyes, Suani roared and shouted. He is a proud ancient beast. With true dragon bloodline in his body, even some pure-blooded sub-dragons cannot compare to him. That's why. The reason why the 18th ancestor captured him. Tanger, go and tame him. When you go to the Myriad Races, you can summon exotic beasts to fight. When the time comes, the dragon power in the blood of the Suani may have unexpected effects. The 18th ancestor spoke slowly. His words and actions were full of temptation, making Wong Tang unable to resist trying. Click. The 18th ancestor waved his sleeves, and the chains that bound the limbs of the Suani were untied one by one. This made him laugh wildly. Ha 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 ha, you dare to lift the ban, I will slap this little brat to death with one claw. Then, The Sueni's eyes were red. He raised his dragon claws several meters high in a frenzy and slapped Wong Tang, who was walking over. He was determined to avenge the 18th ancestor for capturing him. Bang! Wong Tang lightly punched out, colliding with the claws of Sueni. The next moment, in a face of shock, Sueni was blown away like a fired cannonball. Dwang! Sueni fell heavily to the ground. A deep pit was created. If he had not been alive, this pit could have been used as a grave. Too weak. What ancient beast! I only used 1/10 of my strength, and I couldn't hold on. Wong Tang smacked his lips and kept laughing at him. For such an arrogant beast, he had to be beaten by society. Only then would he slowly succumb. This was common sense that Wong Tang knew before the migration. So he needed to use his fists to gently wake up Sueni's sleeping heart. But Sueni in the pit heard being laughed at, but he did not appreciate it, but was furious. Unwilling to be humiliated, he rushed forward again. Little brat, dare to insult this Sueni. I was careless just now. This time I will make you pay a heavy price. He was furious. He was an ancient beast, but was beaten away by a human child with his physical strength. It was a great shame. If it gets out, how can he survive in the beast tribe in the future? Swish! Another claw slapped out. This time he used divine ability and used all his strength. To wash away the shame just now. Seeing this, Wong Tang no longer concealed his weakness, and gently clenched his right fist and used his strongest punch. This was pure physical strength. Wong Tang wanted to use this to wipe out Sueni's arrogance. And when he was in the blood channeling realm, he had 1 million pounds of blood and chi power. Now that he has reached the 9th layer of the spiritual transformation realm, his blood and chi power has naturally increased by no less than 10 times. Boom! As expected, the Sueni was beaten and flew away again. And the big pit created by it this time was several dozen meters deeper than before. It can be said that it can't be dug out. Hiss. Brother, that punch just now, I'm afraid that even a cultivator in the 4 extremities realm can't resist it, right? The 3rd ancestor swallowed his saliva and slowly said to the dumbfounded 1st ancestor. At this moment, the 1st ancestor was also extremely shocked. Wong Tang didn't even use desolate ancient saint body, and he beat the strange beast Sueni away with his physical strength alone. This is simply a human-shaped beast. In my opinion. If the 3 major physiques are released at the same time, maybe he can fight Venerable Realm. The 1st ancestor said after thinking carefully. Desolate ancient saint body. It is said to be invincible at the same level. While the recovery ability is amazing, the body is as indestructible as pure gold. And it can fight across levels. If combined with the other 2 major physiques, Wong Tang's physical strength, it is comparable to physical cultivation. Even without using the divine ability, you can fight against a group of heroes with just a pair of iron fists. Chapter 11. Just as the ancestors were discussing, Wong Tang walked to the deep pit with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. He pulled Sueni out. I ask you, do you obey? Are you willing to be my mount? Wong Tang rode on his back, constantly pulling the 2 dragon horns on his head with his hands. His butt kept moving. Sueni, whose bones were broken all over, felt as painful as if he had seen his grandmother. Roar! Sueni felt pain and wanted to struggle to get up. But he was powerless. Wong Tang on his back pressed him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Still not convinced. If you don't, I'll beat you until you obey. Wong Tang waved his fist, ready to punch him again. Seeing this, Sueni hurriedly shouted for mercy. I obey, I obey. Don't hit me. I am willing to be your mount. Don't hit me anymore, I will die if you hit me again. As he said, he shed tears that he was unwilling. In his life, he wrote a stain on the lying on the ground and sniff with my nose. A carp stood up. He forgot that he was seriously injured. Boom! The blood entered his body and instantly turned into strands of pure energy, repairing his severely injured body. The recovery power of desolate ancient saint body. It really lives up to its reputation. Just swallowing a drop of blood was like taking a spirit pill. Recovered perfectly. And after fusing Wong Tang's blood, his blood was purified a lot. The dragon scales on his body. It even glowed dark gold, as if it was plated with several layers of gold foil. Ha ha ha, my blood has evolved. If there are a few more drops, I guess I can evolve into a pure-blooded creature. Suani was overjoyed. Turning his head to look at Wong Tang, his eyes changed from disdain to ardent worship. It seemed that he had forgotten the harsh words he had said before. Emma, it smells so good. If I could swallow the blood of desolate ancient saint body every day, let alone being used as a mount. It would even be possible to be a lizard. That's all. I have successfully established the soul imprint, and I have completely subdued this ancient beast Suani. Wong Tang checked his sea of consciousness and confirmed that it was successful. Just as he was about to leave, Suani, whose body had recovered as before, licked his big face and ran to him. His eyes stared at Wong Tang's index finger dully. The cut wound, it has healed. However, there are still a few pieces of dried golden blood stuck on the skin. Master, your finger is injured. Come, let me lick it for you. My saliva has the effect of healing wounds. Suani stretched out his big tongue. It clearly flicked towards Wong Tang's finger. The greedy expression was like he had not eaten for 800 years. This made Wong Tang a little embarrassed. Is this Suani in front of him an ancient beast? Licking wounds. Isn't this a dog? Soon, Wong Tang found the problem. Okay, sit down. As long as you follow me well and be my mount, I will not treat you unfairly. While speaking, he did not forget to shake his finger. It seemed that if you behave well, he could give you a few drops of blood from the desolate ancient saint body. This gave Suani hope. Its tail was raised high. Immediately, Wong Tang waved his hand and summoned this ancient beast into the master-servant space. Once needed, as long as the mind moved, Suani could appear at any time. Then, seeing Wong Tang successfully tame the beast Suani, the 18 ancestors nodded in approval with joy. The physical strength he showed just now, they were quite satisfied. The next moment, the voice of the first ancestor's coercion echoed in the clan like a decree. From now on, remove the ban and open the small world. Announce to the Myriad worlds that the prince of our clan has come out of retreat and will participate in the Myriad races conference soon. For a while, this news was like an explosive news, and it spread throughout the Myriad worlds in the first time. Ancient family, Zhang family. Ancestor, the prince of the Wong family has come out of retreat. And he has said that he will participate in the Myriad races conference in half a month. The head of the Zhang family hurried to the ancestral land. He reported the news he learned in front of a coffin without missing a word. This is the coffin where the first ancestor of the Zhang family sleeps. Since the failure of the last marriage, he has been brooding over it. After telling his head to keep a close eye on the movements of the Wong family, he then sealed up his only blood and qi, in order to try again. What? The prince of the Wong family has come out of retreat? No, then I have to get out of the coffin too. The ancestor of the Zhang family was awakened and made up his mind. Boom, accompanied by a loud noise, the lid of the coffin was opened. Unlike the coffin 5.5 years ago, this time the Zhang family ancestor directly smashed the coffin lid into powder. It seems that he is not going to continue sleeping. He is determined to bring Wong Tang to be his great-grandson-in-law. Go and wake up the other ancestors from the coffin. Then inform all forces that this time my Zhang family's imperial daughter will also participate in the Myriad Races conference. I don't believe that if the Taiyan body is presented to him, the Wong family kid can still control himself. The first ancestor of the Zhang family ordered. Moreover, he is still confident in his great-granddaughter's appearance and figure. Not to mention the protruding front and back. Her little face alone is as beautiful as a celestial immortal. Not to mention that the Taiyan body can attract the opposite gender, who can resist such a heavenly condition. At the same time, the dragon nest. What is the prince of the Wong family? What if he has a desolate ancient saint body? What if he has ancient dual pupils and supreme bone? This time I will defeat him in public and prove that I am the best candidate for the great emperor of this world. A young man with 2 horns on his head spoke unconvinced. His name is Long Aocean. He is the divine child of the true dragon race, with the purest dragon race blood in his body. He is also one of the contenders for the Emperor Road. The next moment, his father, the clan leader, came over. Aocean, don't be impatient. You must be extremely careful when going to the Myriad Races conference this time. The 3 major physiques of the prince of the Wong family are not that simple. In addition to the ancestors who will escort you, I will let the 10 dragon guards go with you. If there is a chance, you can get rid of him secretly first. While speaking, 10 Deadpools in black robes knelt in front of Long Aotian and his son. A glance. All of them are in the realm of Saint Realm. Moreover, these 10 people have undergone special training and have perfected their skills in concealed assassination. They are a sharp weapon of Zulong Nest. Not only Zulong Nest, but also other forces have basically included Wong Tang in the assassination list. The main reason is that his aura is too strong. Since I can't beat your 3 major physiques, I can kill you before you develop, right? Half a month later, all the forces in the Myriad worlds acted as if they had discussed it. With a grand team of guardians, riding ancient ships, chariots, mounts, they rushed to the Myriad races conference with great momentum. Even the ancient king clan, the 7 life forbidden areas. It was the same. They all wanted the divine child in the clan to defeat the other prodigy at the conference and win the title of the champion and become famous. Ancient family, Wong family. An ancient chariot made of gold, emitting bursts of imperial power, rose above the void. The one pulling the chariot in front. It was the ancient beast that Wong Tang had subdued. Suani. Moreover, he was not as unruly as he was that day, but was competent for the job. Emperor's son, be careful at this Myriad races. I heard that the divine children of the 7 forbidden areas of life, as well as those ancient king clans, all want to challenge you to improve your reputation. Inside the carriage, Scar Wong Mian stood aside and said with a worried look. After the last battle, he was completely convinced by Wong Tang, so he was chosen as a personal guard to follow him. It's okay. Even if they come to fight in a round, I'm not afraid. It's just a punch to knock them down. Wong Tang was eating spiritual fruits by himself. He didn't take these people seriously at all. He even treated them as a whetstone to test the various divine abilities of the 3 major constitutions. At the same time, Myriad races, at the venue. Many forces have arrived, including Yin Yang Sect, Holy Land of Absolute Beginning, Great Sha Dynasty, Azure Dragon Ancient Country, and the Ancient King clans and the 7 forbidden areas of life. Also arrived one after another. Surrounding the central battle arena, the attics with the best locations around them were chosen early to live in. Ancestor, this place is good. Let's live here. We can just take in everything on the battle arena. A girl with black hair and purple clothes dancing lightly said slowly. The skin is as white as ivory. It's like a 9 celestial immortal descending to the earth. Dimples appear on her cheeks in her words and actions. She is born with a noble temperament, especially a pair of watery big eyes of Kazilan, which makes many divine children around stunned. And in front of her, there is an attic with stars scattered all over it, as luxurious as a palace in the palace. It's up to you. Let's live here and wait for the arrival of the prince of the Wong family. You must seize the opportunity. The first ancestor of the Zhang family responded with a recommendation. It turns out, this purple-clothed girl is the contemporary imperial daughter of the Zhang family with the body of Taiyan. Zhang Ziyu. Facing the warning from the first ancestor of the Zhang family, Zhang Ziyu pouted, feeling quite dissatisfied. Along the way, these ancestors of her family, they kept talking in her ears, almost praising Wong Tang, whom she had never met. They never considered her feelings at all. Without waiting for her to answer, an extremely arrogant voice, mixed with loud dragon roars, came. This place, this dragon's son also has his eyes on it. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way as soon as possible, so that I don't have to do it myself. He looked up. A pure-blooded sub-dragon descendant pulled a magnificent chariot into the venue. Sitting on it, it was Long Aotian from the ancestral dragon nest. Boom! As the chariot landed, a group of protectors of the ancestral dragon nest also appeared beside him one after another. Young man, you are so arrogant. You can say this in front of me, so the old 4-legged snakes of your clan should be here too. I noticed the guards on the side. Except for a few who are in the quasi-saint realm, most of them are in the imperial realm. They are all a bunch of rubbish. They are used to deceive people. This naturally cannot escape the eyes of the first ancestor of the Zhang family. Ha 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 ha. Old man Zhang, you are still so rude, if it weren't for the fact that we are all short of blood and qi. I don't mind fighting you for 300 rounds. The void was torn apart, and an ancestor of the ancestral dragon nest strode out of it. As soon as they met, The two sides flew sparks, and neither of them was convinced. The next moment, the ancestor of the dragon nest continued. Old Zhang, this myriad races as a battle between the younger generations, and the attic can naturally be fought for. If you are not convinced, you can let them compete on the battle stage, and whoever wins will win. It's just, I'm afraid that your family's Taiyan body is no match for my family's divine child. If there are casualties, don't break the rules. This fierce collision attracted the attention of various forces, who stopped to watch. Just then, in the distance, a group of powerful protectors appeared in the sky amidst the drums. Roar! The loud roar of the beast resounded. The ancient beast Suani roared, stepped on the flame cloud, and appeared with a golden chariot. The flag fluttered. The word, King, written on it caught everyone's eyes. Look, it's the ancient family Wong family. What a big deal, even the ancient chariot they are riding is an imperial weapon. An ancient prince exclaimed. It's really annoying to compare with others. There are less than 100 saints in my tribe, but he actually brought 500 saints to open the way, and 10 saint kings. Is he here to compete or to show off his wealth? A saint child of a great sect said with an unstable heart and gnashed teeth. He even wanted to give up the subsequent battles and exchanges. He was ready to return to the clan to seal his life and completely avoid Wong Tang, the rich second generation. The people in the stalemate of the dragon nest and the ancestor of the Zhang family also noticed the arrival of Wong Tang. After he landed smoothly, the ancestor of the Zhang family looked at the 18th ancestor who followed him and frowned. Why are you here alone? What do those old guys think? With your cultivation in the great saint realm, can you protect my great-grandson-in-law? What if the dragon nest and other life-restricted areas attack? They are all here, ancestor quasi-emperor. If they join forces, one side will hold back my Zhang family, won't it be in danger? He stepped forward and complained. A mouthful of saliva flew everywhere, almost spraying on the face of the 18th ancestor. Fortunately, he has a strong psychological quality. Knowing the good intentions of the first ancestor of the Zhang family, he couldn't beat this old quasi-emperor. Otherwise, he would have been slapped by a big guy. Speaking of which, the first ancestor of the Zhang family made a good analysis. The 1st to 10th ancestors of the Wong family are in the quasi-emperor realm, and the 11th to 18th ancestors are in the great saint realm. Although the strong men of the great saint and quasi-emperor realm are all local ancestors that should not be dispatched at will. But as an ancient family, its emperor's son has 3 major physical conditions, why not focus on protection? And only one ancestor was sent. While he was complaining, in the hidden void, the words of the first ancestor of the Zhang family were all transmitted to the ears of the 1st to 10th ancestors. Ah, this old man Zhang is really annoying. At his age, he still likes to talk so much. The 10th ancestor sneezed and rubbed his nose. 6th brother, have you found their location? The first ancestor next to him didn't care too much, but asked with his eyes closed in thought. Brother, there is more than one ancestor in the dragon nest. The other forces are also hiding, but we have the largest number of people. The 6th ancestor answered slowly. So, this time they deliberately set up a trap. Sent the 18th ancestor, who ranked last and had the lowest strength among the 18 ancestors, to accompany Wong Tang. The purpose, it is to cover up. Let those forces with ill intentions take action, so that they can kill the other party legitimately. These old men have played the art of war to the extreme. 10 fishing catching, never empty-handed. Even, it can also be compiled into 2 famous sayings. The 10 great ancestors hide in the void, fishing and enforcing the law in the sky. Well, good, since they have also hidden people, let's wait quietly. It will take some time for the fish to bite the hook. It's not too late to take action after they are all exposed. The first ancestor nodded and said with satisfaction. The emperor weapon, which had just been taken out of his hand, was quietly stuffed back. Okay. You hide the ancestors, I hide the ancestors. One by one, you all become the 6th, right? Then I will fish for a while longer, and it won't be too much to catch a few big fish, right? In fact, almost all the ancestors of the Zhang family are out. But different from the above. They are not hiding at all, but are exposed legitimately. Among the top forces, the Zhang family is the most sincere, without any tricks, and does not hide at all. This is why among the 5 ancient families, The reason why the Zhang family ranks at the bottom. At the same time, Wong Tang walked out of the chariot slowly. He ignored Long Aotian in front of him. He looked at the attic in front of him at the first time, and felt that this was a good place to live. No need to fight. This place, this emperor's son also likes it, you can find another place to live. Wong Tang stood with his hands behind his back and said domineeringly. As soon as these words came out, Long Aotian's face was ferocious, and his anger was instantly aroused. Just about to speak, the pure-blooded sub-dragon pulling the chariot on the side took the lead and jumped out and roared continuously. A weak dragon's might emanated from his mouth. He wanted to suppress Wong Tang. Roar. The next moment, the ancient beast Suani roared, and a pure dragon race pressure was released. Under the collision, the former's dragon might was like paper, and it disintegrated in an instant, without even the slightest ripple. Zzz. A pungent smell appeared. Then, this pure-blooded Asian dragon was directly shocked by the dragon's might. He peed on the spot. HMPH, Wong Tang. Do you dare to fight with me on the ring? Whoever wins will get the attic. Long Aotian clenched his fists and was furious. Although the dragon's might had no effect on him, this pure-blooded Asian dragon was his mount after all. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner when beating a dog. His mount was insulted, which made him lose face. How could he not seek revenge? What, death? What's wrong with this ancestral dragon's nest? Why let disabled people participate in the Myriad races? Do you want to win the first place by selling misery? Wong Tang pretended to be ignorant, put his hands beside his ears, and mocked his homophonic self-proclaimed name. Stop talking nonsense. Wong Tang, if you are a man, come up and fight me. If you are afraid of being defeated by me and want to be a coward, then I have no objection. Long Aotian jumped onto the fighting stage and said provocatively with his hands in his pockets. It's obvious. This is provocation. Although Wong Tang didn't care too much, he still smiled and jumped up right after him. Because he wanted to test the divine ability. Sign in by the way. Then teach this arrogant dragon nest dragon son a lesson. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Come and see, Long Aotian of the dragon nest is fighting against Wong Tang, the son of the ancient family. The fight between the two attracted the attention of various forces. Many geniuses who lived in the attic and were accumulating strength in essence nurturing came to the edge of the ring one by one to watch this wonderful battle. Ancestor, can Wong Tang win? Although Long Aotian is arrogant, I heard that he has the inheritance of Zulong, so he is not easy to deal with. Zhang Ziyu asked worriedly. Just now, Wong Tang inadvertently stood up for her, which made Zhang Ziyu feel a sense of goodwill inexplicably. And the first ancestor of the Zhang family. This time, he shut his mouth especially. Because he also wanted to see how strong Wong Tang was in his first battle, and whether he was exaggerating. Sister Yanran, do you think this Long Aotian can beat the prince of the Wong family? A young man dressed in golden Qilin costume asked Feng Yanran who was watching the battle. It's obvious. He is the divine child of Qilin Cave. The direct bloodline of the ancient Qilin emperor, Qilin's son. Human race is born with weak body. Even if this Wong family prince has 3 major physiques, so what? Long Aotian also has the strongest true dragon body. Moreover, he also has the purest true dragon bloodline and the inheritance of the ancestor dragon. How can this Wong family prince be his opponent? Feng Yanran looked disdainful and kept belittling Wong Tang. As the divine maiden of the immortal Phoenix clan, she was even more arrogant than Long Aotian and wanted to defeat Wong Tang in front of everyone. It's just a pity. Long Aotian got the chance first. I say, you people from Shenwang Ridge, why do you talk nonsense when you open your mouth? Aren't you afraid of spraining your tongue? If Long Aotian loses later, I don't know where you can put your face as a woman. The ancient family, Ji Taming, the prince of the Ji family, stood on the other side of the ring and angrily said. He supported Wong Tang. Although there were conflicts among the 5 ancient families, they were united against the 7 life-forbidden areas. Moreover, they were all human race. How could they let these furry and horned things out? Wong Tang, come on. Use all your strength, kill him. The prince of the Chu family, Chu Feng, shouted loudly without any worries. While cheering, he also glanced at Feng Yanran on the opposite side. His eyes were full of hostility. He was just about to raise an international middle finger. and the powerful people of many forces, as well as the ancestors of various parties hidden in the void, all observed this battle. The first battle of the Myriad Races Conference. Two more famous geniuses naturally received their attention. At the same time, Wong Tang, who stepped onto the stage, did not rush to take action. Immediately, he slowly closed his eyes and called out the sign-in system in his mind. System, sign in for me. Don't panic when encountering things, signing in is the light. No matter how important the matter is, it is not as good as the sign-in reward. Ding, sign-in successful. Ding, congratulations to the host, get the sign-in reward, unlimited skills heaven swallowing demon technique. Ding, congratulations to the host, trigger the additional sign-in reward, Kunpeng treasure technique. Sure enough, this time, the sign-in reward of the Myriad Races Conference directly opened the golden legend. And it's 2 golds. My goodness, heaven swallowing demon technique. Isn't this the skill of the ruthless great emperor? And it's the unlimited version. Wong Tang was almost laughing in his heart. He only has 3 top physical qualities, but he doesn't have a technique to combine the 3. He can only put it aside for now. Except for the divine ability that comes with it, the other divine treasures have not made any progress. The arrival of heaven swallowing demon technique. It just solved the problem of cultivation that has puzzled him for many years. It's really like a pillow when you are sleepy, and a wife when you want to go whoring. And the heaven swallowing demon technique obtained by signing into this system. It's a little different. As long as you eat pure-blooded beasts, ancient relics, ancient beasts, and other creatures with ancient bloodlines, you can directly improve the 3 physical qualities. In other words, if you keep eating myriad races other than human race, you can use the power of devouring to advance. The upper limit. It depends on how many creatures Wong Tang eats in the future. It's simply an enhanced version of Shi Hao. Myriad races used to treat humans as food. Now, I can treat myriad races as food, ha 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 ha. Wong Tang was inexplicably happy. In addition, Kunpeng treasure technique is an apex-level divine ability. As one of the 10 evils, Kunpeng contains innate magic, which even the great emperor is jealous of. Not only does it have the ultimate speed, it can travel all over the world, and it also has a murderous attack. Even the ancestral dragon can hardly compete. With a golden light entering his body, he instantly integrated and completed the heaven-swallowing demon technique with the help of the system. By the way, he learned Kunpeng treasure technique. Buzz. In an instant, a different kind of thought lingered. Just a glance around, Wong Tang looked at these ancient relics, as if he saw a plate of delicious food. His saliva was almost flowing to his mouth. Especially Long Aotian, who urged him to take action. It was more like an apex-level ingredient waving at him, and he couldn't wait to take a bite of it. Wong Tang, what are you looking at? Are you going to fight or not? Long Aotian pointed at him and shouted. Seeing that Wong Tang still ignored him, Long Aotian rolled his eyes and took the lead to launch a sneak attack. Zulong Claw. Long Aotian's momentum surged, and his left arm, which was instantly transformed into a dragon, suddenly stretched out in a loud shout. Boom! The sky was covered with dark clouds. A golden dragon condensed and roared, stretching out a terrifying dragon claw that could not be dodged. Attacked Wong Tang. This is one of the Zulong inheritance. It is a powerful divine ability that can tear the void and crush everything in the world. Child's play. Then let you try. How powerful is my newly acquired Kunpeng treasure technique? Wong Tang smiled. Boom. The next moment, a golden fish surged out from the chi si at the mouth of his body. This is Kun. The treasure technique is divided into yin and yang, and one Kun and one Peng transform into each other. In an instant, this huge Kun hovered above his head and turned into a giant bird with wings spread thousands of miles. This is Peng. Bang! Kunpeng soared straight up. Its claws were filled with murderous intent. It collided with Long Aotian's ancestral dragon claws. What? It turned out to be Kunpeng treasure technique, one of the 10 evils. Didn't Kunpeng become extinct a long time ago? Where did the Wong family's prince get it? And it's a complete treasure technique. An ancestor at the level of a living fossil recognized it. Those old people in the Wong family are not dead. There are still such treasures left, they are hidden very deeply. The first ancestor of the Zhang family stroked his beard and said with relief. I thought this Kunpeng treasure technique was taught to Wong Tang by them. and the ancestors of the Wong family who were watching the battle in the void. They were confused. Where did this Kunpeng treasure technique of the Emperor's son come from? Brother, did you teach him secretly? Why did you hide it from us? The 10th ancestor turned his head and asked. How is it possible? This Kunpeng treasure technique is not a cabbage, how could I have it? I don't even know where Tanger learned it from. The first ancestor quickly denied it. From the birth of Wong Tang to now, they have taken turns to teach in the Emperor's palace, and have never seen Kunpeng treasure technique performed at all. And Wong Tang has never been to other places. This makes them very confused. At the same time, the two people on the ring fought with divine ability. The winner was decided. Wong Tang stood beside him, with Kunpeng's fighting spirit soaring above his head. On the other hand, Long Aoshan retreated to the edge of the ring, and a trace of blood came out of the corner of his mouth. Long Aoshan, your Zulong claw is not good either. In front of my Kunpeng treasure technique, you can only lose. Wong Tang seized the opportunity to taunt. This time, Long Aoshan was completely enraged. Buzz. A dragon scale armor covering his whole body suddenly appeared on his skin. Take a closer look. There is an extra layer of golden scale inner armor on his chest. It is the illusion of the reverse scale. True dragon fights Pengtu. Long Aoshan roared in a low voice, and the vision of a true dragon body appeared behind him. A true dragon exuded supreme pressure and fought a life and death battle with a flapping Kunpeng. It made everyone in the audience tremble with fear. Humph, Wong Tang, even if divine ability is lucky enough to beat me, your cultivation is only the 9th layer of the spiritual transformation realm. And I have reached the 4 extremities realm. Even if your desolate ancient saint body is invincible at the same level, it is useless to me. What's more, with my true dragon race body, how can your little human race body compete with it? Prepare to die. Long Aoshan was proud of his strong body and laughed arrogantly. The next moment, the lifelike real dragon in the vision flew out and entangled on Long Aoshan's left arm. Boom! A punch came and the dragon roared to the sky. This attack was a real fighting technique, and its power was doubled with the blessing of the real dragon's body. It's just a small 4-legged snake. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me, I will blow you away. Wong Tang snorted coldly. Desolate ancient saint body burst out. The majestic golden chi sea instantly expanded at his dantian, bursting out the power of chi and blood. Vision, sea of bitterness golden lotus. Boom, the two fists collided, and each punch hit the flesh. Wong Tang's sea of bitterness golden lotus vision instantly suppressed Long Aoshan's true dragon fighting Pengtu. The next moment, his fist suddenly broke through and hit Long Aoshan's reverse scale inner armor. It was visible to the naked eye. The inner armor, which was as hard as the great principal fairy gold, was hit with countless cracks by this punch. Then, bang, under the eyes of the crowd, Long Aoshan's body was like a kite with a broken string. He was directly blown away by his punch. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that my desolate ancient saint body can challenge higher levels. As soon as the voice fell, Wong Tang used his magic again and turned into a Kunpeng flying in the sky. At an extremely fast speed, he flew to Long Aoshan who had not yet landed. Swish! There was a crisp sound of flesh and bone separation, and Long Aoshan's left arm was torn apart by his bare hands. The scene was horrible. Ah, ah, ah. My left arm, Wong Tang, you deserve to die. Long Aoshan fell under the ring, looking at his bloody shoulder and wailing. This scene deeply shocked the people around. The desolate ancient saint body vision completely defeated the real dragon body, and it was crushed by absolute physical strength. It was simply not a human. It was more ferocious than a ferocious beast. I'll take your dragon claw. It just so happens that I'm hungry too. After taking it back and washing it, it's just right to make a pot of dragon claw soup. Wong Tang shook his left arm and grinned. As soon as this was said, Long Aoshan was so angry that he vomited blood. He was the dragon child of the dragon nest, and was defeated by the human race with his physical strength. Even his arm was torn off. And he was used to make soup. What a shame. Then, under the dual effects of failure and humiliation, his Tao heart suddenly went crazy. He fainted. Divine child, are you okay? Come and treat him. A group of guardians of the dragon nest immediately stepped forward to stop the bleeding and check his injuries. Seeing this, The accompanying ancestor of the dragon nest was furious, and veins on his forehead suddenly popped up. Boy, you have won. Then can I return the arm of my divine child? He tried his best to hold back his anger and asked Wong Tang for it. Although the broken arm can be regenerated with divine medicine, Long Aotian's left arm has been specially refined. It contains the power of the dragon nest. Only in this way can he use the inherited divine ability, the ancestral dragon claw. If he doesn't take it back, then Long Aotian's strength after recovery will naturally be greatly reduced. No, I said I'll take it back to make soup at night. Why should I give it to you? I took it away openly. Wong Tang rejected his unreasonable request. This made him angry. He released the quasi-emperor pressure all over his body, wanting to strike with thunder on the spot and kill Wong Tang, the scourge. At this moment, boom, a quasi-emperor pressure of the same level collided with the accompanying ancestor of the ancestral dragon nest. I say, you can't afford to play with me, four-legged snake. This is the Myriad Races Conference. It's normal for the juniors to have casualties in the competition. Could it be that, do you want to break the rules? The first ancestor of the Zhang family was sarcastic and used the words that the ancestor of the ancestral dragon nest had previously mocked him to counterattack. This wave of reversal, it made him very relieved. The 18th ancestor of the Wong family also came to Wong Tang and protected him behind him. Seeing this, the ancestor of the dragon nest had to put away the pressure of the quasi-emperor and swallow his anger. After all, the Myriad Races prodigy were all here. He couldn't kill Wong Tang in public with the cultivation of the quasi-emperor. That would make him the target of public criticism. Wong Tang, stop, under the ring. Seeing Wong Tang about to leave the stage, Feng Yanran ignored Kalinzi's obstruction. She rushed straight up. You defeated Long Aotian and broke his left arm. You don't take our life-restricted zone seriously at all. Today I will completely defeat you. Feng Yanran said righteously, although she said she was denouncing the restricted zone. But Long Aotian's defeat still made her inexplicably happy. She finally had a chance to defeat Wong Tang herself. You, forget it, my dinner menu is enough. If you insist on fighting, I don't mind adding a braised chicken wing. Wong Tang shook her head and didn't take her seriously. Instead, she regarded her as a dish. As he spoke, he was about to leave the stage while waving his dragon claws. Fighting and other things were secondary. The most important thing was that he wanted to taste the dragon claw soup now. Seeing this, Feng Yanran took the lead and tried to force Wong Tang to fight. Don't even think about leaving. Wong Tang, die. Boom, a divine phoenix killing move was used. The phoenix formed by the gathering of flames flapped its wings and rushed towards Wong Tang with a cry. You fool, are you serious? Well, this emperor's son will play with you. Wong Tang was a little annoyed. You, a country chicken, let you go, but you still come to die. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Ha, he waved his hand. He threw the freshly sealed dragon claw under the ring, and it fell accurately into Zhang Ziyu's hands. Little girl, keep it for me. This little girl. The inexperienced Zhang Ziyu blushed and instantly felt embarrassed. Hee, great-granddaughter, he has taken the initiative, you must seize the opportunity, the son of the Wong family. The first ancestor of the Zhang family was not serious and encouraged from the side. Zhang Ziyu, who had resisted this before. At this moment, facing the goodwill of the handsome and powerful Wong Tang, she clearly felt moved. How could this old fox not see it? Ancestor. What are you talking about? If you keep talking nonsense, I will ignore you. Zhang Ziyu blushed to her ears and said shyly. But the dragon claw in her hand was clenched tighter. I mean, fortunately, Long Aotian was carried away, otherwise he would be angry to death if his hand was used as a light bulb here. And the ancestor of the dragon nest who did not leave on the side. Staring at the dragon claw in Zhang Ziyu's hand, he was eager to go up and forcibly seize his left arm. The next second, but the first ancestor of the Zhang family stepped forward. Standing beside Zhang Ziyu, a pair of deep eyes stared at him. Four-legged snake, what do you want to do? A quasi-emperor, are you planning to sneak attack a junior? The Zhang family ancestors behind him were also eyeing him. As if to say, if you have the guts, come and grab it, I will beat you to death. Seeing this, the ancestor of Zulongchao could only give up the idea of taking back his arm. In anger, he still didn't forget to say a few harsh words. Old man Zhang, you are awesome. Your Zhang family and Wang family joined forces, but it doesn't mean that our Zulongchao is isolated and helpless. HMPH, let's wait and see. At the same time, on the ring, the battle between Feng Yanran and Wong Tang instantly became white hot. Boom, a random punch. Before using Desolate Ancient Saint Body, Wong Tang broke her killer move with only the physical strength of the 9th layer of the spiritual transformation realm. What, you don't even need to Desolate Ancient Saint Body, how did you cultivate this body? Feng Yanran was shocked. Too abnormal. From her birth to now, no one has been as horrible and heaven-defying as Wong Tang. Human race body, comparable to the pure-blooded creatures of the ancient times. Clang, a sharp cry, a divine phoenix reborn from the ashes suddenly appeared behind Feng Yanran. Like Long Aotian, she also possessed a special divine phoenix body, and had learned the inheritance of the ancient phoenix. Divine Phoenix Seal. Feng Yanran's eyes flickered, and she shouted. The next moment, the divine phoenix behind her, which had been bathed in fire, cried and merged into Feng Yanran's body. Swish, a mini version of the divine phoenix rushed out of the sky. Containing the terrifying art of life and death, it attacked Wong Tang directly. A dragon and a phoenix, they are somewhat similar. Both like to use claws. However, Feng Yanran's claws were looked down upon by Wong Tang. What divine phoenix seal, it's clearly chicken claws. A country chicken with phoenix feathers inserted in it, still claims to be a divine phoenix, how shameless. Wong Tang smacked his lips and mocked. In the past, the phoenix, one of the 10 evils, died, and the Shenwang clan relied on the meager bloodline power in their bodies. They claimed to be the remnant of the phoenix, and shamelessly occupied the original phoenix territory, and shamelessly changed its name to Shenwang Ridge. This is how one of the life-forbidden areas came into being. Boom, suddenly, the void changed instantly, and the Tao rhyme of thousands of laws appeared. They were constantly outlined on the sky. Let you try. How powerful are these eyes of mine? Wong Tang spoke the truth lightly. The next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly, and countless complicated runes slowly emerged in his eyes. Take a closer look. It was like 2 vast universes, emitting a suffocating immortal Tao pressure. Boom, the void cracked, shocking people. Under the gaze of many forces, a pair of eyes broke through the clouds and mist, and appeared in the world for the first time, just like the sun and the moon suddenly hanging in the air. In the opening heaven, they opened up the land and inhaled and exhaled essence. Ancient dual pupils, the undefeated mythical. Oh my god, these eyes are so scary. This is the first time I've seen ancient dual pupils. I feel like a single look can kill me. A saint child level prodigy said timidly. If he could read Wong Tang's eyes, he would never want to look at him again. These eyes covered with runes can really kill people. And just by looking at you more in the crowd, you might die. This is the ancient dual pupils. Such a terrifying power. It's so terrifying before the divine treasure is opened. If he lets it develop further, there will definitely be endless troubles. Kalinzi muttered to himself. The fear of Wong Tang in his heart has reached an unprecedented level. The other forces also knew it tacitly. After seeing Wong Tang's heaven-defying power, they all began to undercurrent and worked on how to get rid of him. The scene changed. On the stage, the moment Wong Tang opened his eyes, the phantom of the divine phoenix that attacked him disappeared completely. That's right, he just glared at him. Feng Yanran's killing move was easily resolved by him. How is it possible? My killing move disappeared before it even got close to him. Feng Yanran was shocked and took a few steps back unconsciously. The move she was proud of was no longer useful. Buzz, while she was spirit partitioning, runes flowed in Wong Tang's eyes. The power of ancient dual pupils erupted again. Look at me, you little fool. Wong Tang blinked and scolded. Although the divine treasure was not activated, the ancient dual pupils had a special divine ability. Illusion, delusion, bewitching, perspective. Any of these additional skills would be more than enough to deal with her. In a trance, Feng Yanran, who heard Wong Tang's words, was like Sun Wukong hearing the silver-horned king calling him Grandpa Sun. She subconsciously raised her head. Their eyes met. Unlike the turtle staring at the mung bean, At this moment, Wong Tang ancient dual pupils illusionary power was exerted in an instant. It made her enter the ultimate illusion state. At this moment, Feng Yanran is in a fantasy world, unable to resist. Can only let Wong Tang slaughter her. The power of these ancient dual pupils really proves a saying. Give you a look, and return you silence. How boring. Well, since you came to me today, I'll take your leg. Wong Tang's eyes were sharp and he spread his hands. He would not let Feng Yanran go in public just because she was a woman. You know, when Feng Yanran fought before, she could kill Wong Tang with every move. How could I be a saint? Tap, tap, tap. Wong Tang walked forward with a sonorous sound. One step and one knock. Like a resounding bell, it shook everyone's heartstrings. Wong Tang, stop. The competition has been decided. You can't kill my divine maiden. Under the ring, an ancestor of Shenwang Ridge shouted anxiously. He thought Wong Tang was going to kill him. If it weren't for the restrictions of the rules, he would have rushed up to stop Wong Tang's next move. As the hope of the Shenwang clan, Feng Yanran must not die here. Don't worry, I won't kill her. I'll just take a phoenix leg and stew it with the dragon claw. I didn't take your parts, why are you so anxious? Wong Tang grinned and didn't forget to retort. You. The ancestor of Shenwang Ridge was speechless by Wong Tang's impeccable words. He could only stare blankly at the audience. In his heart, he killed Wong Tang thousands of times, and he probably even thought of digging up his ancestors' graves. The next second, Wong Tang walked in front of Feng Yanran and looked at her right leg. It was smooth and white, like a jade foot. It was a good ingredient for stewing soup. Wow, there's an unexpected surprise. This is a big win. Glanced at it, Wong Tang immediately made a major discovery. On the root of Feng Yanran's thigh, there was a phoenix totem that was reborn from the ashes, which was obviously the inheritance of the phoenix seal. There must be a lot of blood. As for, why did he choose to take the thigh? In fact, the reason is very simple. Except for the head, only the limbs can be taken away, but he already has long Aocean's left arm. He can only take a leg to make it up. Can't take the phoenix milk. Swish. The hand knife swung down, clean and neat. A bloody thigh was quickly chopped off by Wong Tang and turned into a fiery red phoenix leg. This knife, very handsome, and very fast. It was faster than the knife used to cut the eunuch's second brother in the palace. The pain made Feng Yanran's head almost split. She screamed directly. She broke free from the illusion. Ah, my thigh, Wong Tang, I will kill you, peel off your skin and pull out your tendons. Feng Yanran covered her wound and collapsed on the stage. At this moment, the heart-wrenching pain, perhaps only she can truly feel it. Ah, you didn't listen to my advice, now you've lost a leg in vain, and you've been used as a stepping stone. And the thigh is fused with the inheritance of the phoenix seal, it's really a loss to my grandmother's house. Under the stage, Kalinzi sighed. And seeing this scene, the prodigy in the audience were silent. Just because Wong Tang's behavior was too cruel, he didn't even let the woman go, and ruthlessly cut off the thigh. There was no jade foot in his eyes. Today is only the first day. This Wong Tang defeated the two prodigy in the restricted area, and it was an absolute crushing victory. If this boy grows steadily, he will definitely become a great emperor. The pavilion master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was surprised. Although as the intelligence department of the Myriad worlds, it has collected information on countless geniuses. But like Wong Tang, to be honest, this is the first time he has seen one, and no one can defeat him. The next second, he recovered from his daze and wrote a sentence at the end of the paper with Wong Tang's information in his hand. Sweeping the world, invincible in the world. He even began to think about how to make friends with him and become the first angel investor. That's not the key. The key is that after this guy wins, he will also remove the opponent's hands and feet. If that's the case, maybe others won't dare to go up to compete. An old ancestor of a major sect analyzed. After Wong Tang's tossing, those prodigy who had been ambitious to defeat him all day long didn't dare to challenge him. If they lose, the Myriad tribulations will cease to exist. Then, if this happens, the Myriad Races Conference will completely lose its meaning. And they will also live in fear of being dominated by Wong Tang. Everyone, I suggest that the competition of the conference should be held tomorrow as it is getting late today. Seeing that the situation was not going to end well, an old ancestor of the quasi-emperor realm in Qilin Cave said to smooth things over. If it continues, then the morale of the human race will be greatly shaken, which will be extremely disadvantageous for the competition between the rest of their prodigy. As soon as the voice fell, the people under the ring remained silent. I don't know whether they were shocked by Wong Tang, or they didn't want to stand up and agree with this suggestion. Anyway, they all became a group of spectators. At this moment, plop, Wong Tang jumped off the ring holding the phoenix leg and walked straight towards Zhang Ziyu. The people around, whether it was the prodigy of the human race, the Myriad race's divine child, or the accompanying ancestors, no exception, as if seeing the plague god, consciously retreated several meters, keeping a certain safe distance from Wong Tang. Sister Zhang, thank you for helping me keep the dragon claw. It just so happens that I won this attic. You can live with me, anyway, there are many rooms. And you can try the dragon claw and phoenix leg soup I stewed tonight. Wong Tang smiled with curved eyes. While speaking, he did not forget to shake the divine phoenix leg in his hand. This made Feng Yanran, who had just stopped bleeding on the stage, angry and injured herself. She vomited 250 milliliters of blood, and even her period came early. Puff, Wong Tang, I will never stop fighting you. Feng Yanran's eyes were red, and she bit her lips and said hatefully. Divine Maiden, don't be angry. When you return to the clan and completely refine the Phoenix inheritance, this Wong family prince will definitely not be your opponent. Just be patient for now. Beside her, the ancestor of the Phoenix clan stopped bleeding and healed her wounds while giving her earnest advice. At the same time, under the ring, Wong Tang took action directly and pulled Zhang Ziyu to the attic impatiently. Don't think wrongly. Wong Tang was in a hurry to make soup. But the ancestor of the Zhang family didn't think so, and laughed in a frivolous way. His mouth was almost broken by laughter. Even the dragon claw and phoenix leg soup that Wong Tang mentioned just now was thought of as the 10-in-1 tonic soup. How many times would it take to drink this all night? At this time, Zhang Ziyu, who was about to walk to the attic, seemed to remember something for some reason. I stopped immediately. Little rascal, you almost succeeded, and you still want to take advantage of me. I am obviously older than you, why do you call me sister? You should call me Sister Zhang. Wong Tang thought something unexpected happened. When he heard this, he couldn't help laughing. The pair of ancient dual pupils full of wisdom subconsciously looked at her chest. After identification, it is indeed the big sister. Yes, yes, yes. You are indeed older than me. I call you Sister Zhang, is that okay? Then, the two entered the attic. Except for a few powerful guards and the ancestors of the two tribes who accompanied them, the rest of the protectors were all guarding around the attic. In addition, a large number of defensive formations were also arranged. Hehe, Master, I heard that you are going to make dragon claw and phoenix leg soup. Can I have a sip too? Even if I lose the root bone head, it's fine. Suanni took the opportunity to come over and begged. As an ancient beast, his blood is very special, and he can naturally sense that the dragon claw and phoenix leg contain the power of the inheritance of the 10 evils. Ancestral dragon, phoenix, any of these names will make all the beasts in the world crazy. If you can devour the essence and blood, you will definitely be able to evolve your own blood and get one step closer to pure-blooded creatures. Okay, don't worry. Since you are my mount, and you shot the pure-blooded sub-dragon of Long Ocean before, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. I will let you eat more meat than bones in a while. Wong Tang touched his head and comforted him. The next moment, under the gaze of Zhang Ziyu and Suanni, he came to the balcony of the attic. There is plenty of light and spacious space here. It's just right for stewing soup. Just as he was preparing seriously, the various forces that had not yet dispersed near the battle stage below. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but wonder. What is the prince of the Wong family doing? It's late at night, he hasn't rested yet, how can he be so energetic? Prodigy looked puzzled. Look, he is taking something out of the storage bag, and there are dragon claws and phoenix legs next to him. Saint Child, a force, reminded. No way, just now I heard him say he wanted to stew soup. Does he really want to stew Long Aotian's hand and Feng Yanran's leg? Some divine child suddenly realized and said in surprise. I thought it was a joke. But I didn't expect that Wong Tang was serious and stewed soup in front of all the myriad races. Just then, on the attic, Wong Tang took out a bowl from the storage bag, looked at it and shook his head. No, this bowl is too small, it can't even hold the ingredients. I have to find a big one and stew it all at once. The next second, there was a clear clang. He threw the bowl down casually. Seeing this, the people below didn't take it seriously at all, and continued to watch Wong Tang's next move. At this time, in the crowd, Saint Child of Zongyang Sacred Land inadvertently glanced at the bowl. You don't know until you see it. You're shocked when you see it. He just rubbed his eyes. After confirming it, he pushed the crowd around him and rushed over to pick up the bowl. Saint Lord, I picked it up. Ha 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 ha. Look, I picked up the bowl, one picked it up. He held the bowl and shouted to his own Saint Lord. Like he was crazy, he laughed foolishly. This sudden scene. It caused everyone present to laugh, all laughing at him for not having seen the world. It's just a broken bowl that was thrown away. He still holds it like a treasure. I really don't know how he became a saint child. No wonder they are worse than the previous generation. It turns out that their vision has problems from bottom to top. That's right, that's right. In my opinion, this Zongyang Sacred Land will probably never recover in the future. You said something and I said something. The Saint Lord of Zongyang Sacred Land in the crowd immediately lost face. Although they are ordinary sacred lands, the ancestor with the highest combat power is only Saint Realm. But it doesn't mean they don't care about face. Beast, get over here. Do you still have any sense of honor? Even if you can't beat him, you can't be a beggar. He rushed forward angrily. He snatched the bowl from his saint child's arms. Just when he was about to throw it away, he realized something was wrong. The moment his hand touched the bowl, a dazzling light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Hiss. What is this? Buzz. Take a closer look. On the inner and outer walls of this bowl, there are terrifying law patterns carved on it, which are the holy weapons used by the strong men in the saint realm. What? Is this bowl a saint-level weapon? Or a saint weapon that produces law patterns? An old ancestor of a major sect opened his eyes wide and was amazed. Why didn't I see that this bowl was a saint weapon? It was picked up by the people of Zongyang Sacred Land first. An ordinary sacred land saint was very upset. He hated himself for not looking at the bowl a few more times, otherwise he would have picked up the saint weapon. At the same time, while putting the saint-level bowl into the storage bag, the Saint Lord of Zongyang patted his saint child on the shoulder. The smile on his face was about to overflow. Ha 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 ha, well done. Although I can't stand out in this Myriad Races conference, I still have something to gain. This Saint Lord really didn't make a mistake about you. Having you is really a blessing for this sacred land. As soon as the voice fell, he immediately ran away. He waved to the people of his own faction in the crowd and led them to leave the place quickly. He prepared to rush back overnight. You know, as an ordinary sacred land, Zongyang Sacred Land does not even have a single holy weapon. It was hard to get it. If it was snatched by other jealous forces, it would be a loss. And after they left, a rain of holy weapons instantly fell from the attic. Swords, sticks, pots and pans, even a few spiritual herbs. All the useless things Wong Tang used to stew soup were thrown down. It caused everyone to scramble for them. Of course, people from first-class forces and top families naturally looked down on these holy weapons. Too embarrassing. Just some holy soldiers, although they have some value, but these people don't even care about their face. See, this is the difference between us and them, we can't eat charity. Otherwise, sooner or later, we will degenerate into an ordinary force like them. The ancestor of Heavenly Demon sect was self-righteous and took the opportunity to educate Divine Child beside him. As a first-class force and a great Saint Realm cultivator, he hated these people's competition. I wanted to slap each of them. Remember, ancestor. I will definitely practice hard and strive to bring Heavenly Demon sect to a higher level. The Divine Child of Heavenly Demon sect nodded and made a bold statement. In the attic, Wong Tang, who was searching in the storage bag, finally found a relatively satisfactory stewing equipment. Hey, this thing is good. The caliber is large enough and the height is suitable. Not only can it hold both ingredients, but it can also add some other side dishes. I'll choose you to make the soup. It was a tripod. It was simple and presented in 9 colors. It was dozens of times stronger than the aura of other holy weapons, and there was a faint pressure. The patterns carved on it. There were even a few quasi-imperial laws. There was no doubt. This was a great saint-level tripod. A great saint weapon. If it was placed outside, even ordinary great saints would tear their faces and fight for it. Even the first-rate forces. They didn't dare to let their own emperor carry a great saint weapon. Only the wealthy and powerful ancient Wong family would treat these as street cabbages. Let Wong Tang play with them by himself. Just then, the heavenly demon sect ancestor who had just educated his own divine child. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The next second, there was a whoosh. He seemed to be stepping on a wind-fire wheel, urging the fastest martial arts in his life. He rushed to the bottom of the attic balcony. Then he raised his hands high. He looked up at Wong Tang intently, calculating where he would take out the things and throw them next. He kept shouting, louder than when he was grabbing the hydrangea. Wang's son, you are just a kid. Today, the 2 great geniuses who can beat the restricted area must have used despicable means. You don't have real skills. If you have the ability, use the tripod in your hand to hit me. If you don't hit me, I look down on you. He shouted out all the words he could think of in his life to attract hatred. Just to make Wong Tang notice him and throw the unwanted great saint weapons at him. But it didn't go as he wished. After throwing so many holy weapons, this great saint-level tripod can finally meet his needs for stewing soup. Why would he throw it down? Clang! The 9-color treasure tripod was placed heavily on the attic. Then, under the gaze of the crowd below, he took out a dozen jade bottles filled with spiritual springs from the storage bag. Each bottle was worth 1,000 gold. But Wong Tang poured them all into the tripod, and the main point was arrogance. Suanny, come here quickly. Use your dragon flame to burn all the scales of the dragon claws and the hair on the phoenix legs for me. Wong Tang turned his head and winked at Suanny. He handed this difficult task to him. Okay, master, leave this kind of small matter to me. Suanny grinned and ran over happily. Then, he held the dragon claws and phoenix legs aside. Brewing the blood in his body, he spurted out dragon flames and began to burn the hair and scales attached to them. After a while, under the scorching of dragon flames, the golden scales on the real dragon claws slowly fell off. And the feathers on the legs of the divine phoenix. They were also burned clean with a crackling sound. Well, not bad. Your level of fire control is good. Next time there are meats of other fierce beasts or relic species, I will let you roast them. Wong Tang nodded and approved. At this time, Zhang Ziyu pursed her lips, stepped forward and picked up the dragon claws and phoenix legs that had been stripped of hair and scales. Then she squatted beside Wong Tang. These 2 can't be stewed directly. The bodies of the real dragon race and the divine phoenix are strong, so they must be cut into pieces so that they can be cooked faster when stewed. And the precious blood inside can be stewed out. Buzz. The long sword was unsheathed. There were only a few clicks. The pieces of meat were cut by her. Then they were thrown into the 9-color treasure tripod one by one. That action, it was so skillful that it didn't seem like the first time. Experienced, Wong Tang even had some doubts whether she had stewed creatures of other species before. At this moment, Long Aoshan and Feng Yanren had already fainted in the toilet. You guys stew soup. Have you considered our feelings? 2 people and 1 beast. The combination is perfect. It's like they studied cooking skills together for 2.5 years at New Oriental. Next, it's time to add ingredients. Old ancestor, hand me your storage bag, I know you have good stuff. Wong Tang turned around, with big watery eyes, and said coquettishly to the 18th ancestor in the room. Ha 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 ha, Tanger, you remember your 18th ancestor now, come, catch it. The 18th ancestor stroked his beard and laughed, and untied a storage bag from his waist without hesitation. He threw it to Wong Tang. Zheng, open the storage bag. There are indeed many good things inside. Dao Rime tea, divine flowers, Bodhi seeds, various immortal herbs, countless spirit pills, several divine medicines. It was like a treasure house. Using these spirit medicine divine pills as ingredients for stewing soup, it is estimated that no one is more extravagant than him. Great-grandson-in-law, I have good things here too. I have prepared enough natural treasures for you to use this time at the Myriad Races conference. The first ancestor of the Zhang family also handed him a storage bag. The joy was enough to express in words. Now Zhang Ziyu has successfully connected with Wong Tang. Even if Wong Tang squandered all his family assets, he was willing. And Wong Tang, who took the storage bag, not polite at all. All the natural treasures that could be added were put into the 9-colored treasure cauldron for boiling. The Suani on the side. He helped, madly giving birth to dragon flames, burning under the cauldron. This operation, looking at the many forces below, Prodigy shook his head and sighed, feeling that he still had not been born into a good family. If they had such an ancestor, would they still worry about not being able to improve their cultivation? Little rascal, look. The precious blood contained in this meat and bones has been forced out by the neutralizing medicinal power. At this time, Zhang Ziyu pointed to the 9-colored treasure cauldron and said to Wong Tang happily, "Take a closer look." The turbid soup after the fusion of various medicinal materials gradually turned blood red. The inherited blood in the dragon claws and phoenix legs. At this moment, it was being boiled out drop by drop, and accompanied by the high temperature of the dragon flame. The soup was bubbling. Roar. Suddenly, a golden and dazzling shadow of the ancestor dragon roared and leapt out of the cauldron first. From the ancestor dragon claw divine ability in Long Aotian's arm. Ancestral dragon blood. Although it is a bit thin, it is at least relatively pure. Now those guys in the ancestor dragon nest. 80% will be angry to death. The first ancestor of the Zhang family nodded and said with satisfaction. The other ancestors of the Zhang family also talked about it, with a gloating expression on their faces. Looking down, the ancestor of the ancestor dragon nest, who had just stabilized Long Aotian's injuries, looked at the shadow of the ancestor dragon that jumped out of the 9-color treasure tripod. He was so angry that his teeth itched. "You, Wang's son. Tonight, I want you all to pay the price. This is a great shame to stew their real dragon race meat in public." If it weren't for the Zhang family's large number, he would have rushed up to get back at them. Ming. The next moment, a phoenix with a gorgeous crown fluttered its wings and flew out of the treasure tripod one after another. The divine ability of the divine phoenix seal from Feng Yanren's right leg. Phoenix blood essence. No, not completely. This has some impurities, mixed with some blood of the divine phoenix clan. The 18th ancestor shook his head. Something was not perfect. It was obvious. This phoenix transformed by the phantom. The feathers are not red enough. With characteristics similar to the divine phoenix clan, the blood essence is naturally not absolutely pure. Boom. A dragon and a phoenix entangled each other, hovering above the treasure tripod, and never dissipated for a long time. Dragon and phoenix are auspicious. This is an extremely rare scene. After a long time, the shadow dissipated, and the soup in the treasure cauldron also exuded a refreshing fragrance. Let the prodigy outside the attic. Just take a sip, there is a feeling of spirit chi flowing back, and touch a little looseness of cultivation. Master, what a fragrant broth. Just smelling it, the blood in my body began to boil. Suani drooled and said greedily. Hee. Of course, I spent so many spiritual herbs, divine medicine, and various natural treasures. If there is no such effect, it would be strange. Wong Tang shrugged his nose and laughed. Then, he picked up the bowl prepared on the side and put a lot of dragon meat and phoenix meat in it. Then handed it to Zhang Ziyu. Come, Sister Zhang. Try it first, this soup is also your credit. After she took the broth, Wong Tang continued to divide it up one by one and presented it to the 18th ancestor, the first ancestor of the Zhang family and the other ancestors. Although their cultivation bases were all Great Saint realm or Quasi-Emperor realm, drinking this broth would not improve their strength at all. But in the face of Wong Tang's filial piety, they still accepted it with pleasure, mainly because they wanted to experience the filial piety of the future great emperor. Master, it's my turn. Give me a whole big bone first, so I can chew it. The Suani made a slurping sound and leaned against the treasure tripod. Nodding, Wong Tang took a long spoon and stirred the cauldron, and took out a leg bone that had been cut a little longer before. He threw it into Suani's mouth accurately. Eat it slowly. There is still a lot of meat in it, and you will be able to deal with the rest later. As soon as the voice fell, Wong Tang began to eat with relish. No need for bowls and chopsticks. Directly activate desolate ancient saint body. Using the powerful physical strength, he reached out and took the meat from the boiling soup and stuffed it into his mouth. It saves time and effort. He just experienced 2 battles, and although he didn't expend much energy, he was still starving. He urgently needed to fill his rumbling stomach. Moreover, this dragon claw and phoenix leg soup was fragrant, and it also contained countless divine medicine treasure pills. Who could resist such a temptation? After a while, Zhang Ziyu, who drank the dragon claw and phoenix leg soup first. Her whole body was scorching hot. She began to get agitated. Hot, so hot. My Taiyan body is actually absorbing the essence and powerful medicinal power in the soup. His face was flushed, as if he had taken a love potion. Moreover, the dragon claw and phoenix leg soup in his stomach quickly transformed into terrifying energy. It was hitting her body. For a moment, Zhang Ziyu felt that the bottleneck of her cultivation was loosening. This was a sign of an upcoming breakthrough. Ancestor, please help me protect the law. The energy in my body is too violent, and it's about to be suppressed. Zhang Ziyu gritted her teeth and turned her head for help. As soon as these words came out, the first ancestor of the Zhang family was like facing a great enemy. He immediately called the other ancestors. Together, they used their great magic power to tear the void open out of thin air and brought Zhang Ziyu inside to break through. Originally, she was in the 9th layer of the spiritual transformation realm. Same as Wong Tang. This breakthrough, it is very likely to directly break through to the 4 extremities realm. Follow closely. Roar. The Suani on the side roared to the sky, and waves of dragon roars continued to come out from his blood. Boom. His blood began to evolve. I saw that the somewhat dim scales gradually became dazzling, like pure gold. All over his body, even outlined the pattern of the phoenix totem. Ancestral dragon, phoenix. These 2 bloods merged into his body, allowing him to produce a new blood. Surpassing the ancient beasts. Perhaps he already has the terrifying potential to surpass pure-blooded creatures. They all started to break through. Then next, is it my turn? Wong Tang thought to himself. Speak of the devil will appear. The next moment, the golden sea of bitterness in his body instantly poured into the energy phantoms of a dragon and a phoenix. Boom. The sea of bitterness, originally the size of an egg, expanded several times and became as huge as a rock. Wong Tang sat cross-legged on the attic. The surging qi and blood power rushed straight into the sky, illuminating the entire sky as the sun set in the west. The shadow of the desolate ancient saint body of great accomplishment. It turned into a 10,000-foot Dharma body, standing on the sky, like an ancient great emperor descending. Tanger, you must step over it. The 4 extremities realm is a watershed. Once you break through, your strength will increase exponentially. The 18th ancestor shouted anxiously. In the void, the 10 ancestors of the Wong family who were hidden were emitting murderous aura. Their eyes kept scanning the surroundings. Once someone came forward to attack Wong Tang's breakthrough, they would immediately show up and kill him. At the same time, Wong Tang's cultivation level soared. It has reached a critical point. He only needs to step over it and enter the 4 extremities realm. Spiritual transformation realm. It is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, rank 1, is to strengthen the body. As the name implies, it is necessary to continuously improve the power of qi and blood. This is achieved after Wong Tang absorbed Pengu's blood. And the second stage, rank 2, is to strengthen the soul. Let the power of the soul fit the strength of the body. As a transmigrator, Wong Tang's soul is naturally strong and does not need to spend time to improve. The last stage, rank 3, is also a crucial step, which is to contain the soul in the body. Like a seed, integrate the living beings or monsters into the body to form a unique law. Not only can it enhance the strength of the body, but also release the laws of the living beings that have been integrated during the battle. Form a spirit body phantom to assist in the battle. And Wong Tang has already made plans. He wants to do a shocking way to contain the soul. Use the body as a seed. Transform oneself into a spirit. Once he breaks through to the 4 extremities, he will embark on a brand new path that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. At that time, with the help of his great accomplishment sacred body that breaks the shackles. Among his peers in the myriad worlds, no one can stop him. Actually, he can do this. The extreme of the flesh, the extreme of the soul, and the combination of the soul in the body. The three souls merge into one. There is no reason not to succeed. Use my body to transform the soul into a seed. Four extremities, give me a breakthrough. Wong Tang shouted with a surging fighting spirit. Boom. In the sky, patches of black clouds pressed down, and 9 thunders of different colors kept falling down. The surrounding mountains were flattened. Even many nearby attics were affected. Fortunately, the people inside escaped in time. Otherwise, under the thunder, they would definitely be shattered and turned into dust. 9-color thunder. Everyone, get out of the way, this is not a joke. Once locked, no one can escape. Under the attic, the ancestor of the heavenly demon sect shouted in surprise and fled here first. Oh my goodness. Just breaking through the four extremities realm, the most powerful transcending tribulation thunder comes. Did the prince of the Wong family violate the heavenly law? A fossil-level power swallowed his saliva. Who said it wasn't? This is the thunder of annihilation. I never thought that the desolate ancient saint body of the prince of the Wong family would be so strong that the heavenly law would not allow it to exist. A strong man from a neutral force shook his head and sighed. Ha 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 ha, it's what he deserves. He is so rampant. Now the 9-color thunder of the transcending tribulation has arrived. Even if the great emperor comes in person, he can't save him. Some hostile forces took the opportunity to add insult to injury and laughed. There are even people from the 7 life-forbidden areas, especially the 2 sides of the ancestral dragon nest and the divine phoenix ridge. The mouth is as big as a lotus. What should we do? Brother, how about we use the emperor weapon to rush over to save Tanger? In the void, the 7th ancestor hid his figure and said anxiously. This method won't work. If we go over, the thunder will identify us as a transcending tribulation, and the power will increase several times. Not only will we not be able to save Tanger, we will all die on the spot. The first ancestor shook his head and rejected it. Facing the sudden 9-color thunder, he couldn't think of a solution for a while. Just then, but Wong Tang, who was sitting cross-legged on the attic, was seen. Soaring into the air, using the Kunpeng treasure technique, he turned into a rock with wings spread, and soared up to the location of the 9-color thunder. Tisk, his whole body was covered with golden lines. The blood and chi power of the desolate ancient saint body was released like a flood. Just a 9-color thunder. Today I have successfully used my body as a seed and broke through to the 4 extremities realm. I will use you to try my hand. Wong Tang was disdainful and wanted to go against the will of heaven. Boom! A punch was thrown. The terrifying power of using the body as a seed broke out. He directly blew away the 9-colored sky thunder that had not yet fallen. The next moment, a breeze blew and the sky thunder dissipated. The whole world instantly returned to peace. Everyone was speechless and dumbfounded on the spot. Especially the hostile forces who had just gloated over the misfortune, their mouths were wide open enough to fit an AF. Laugh. Keep laughing. Why can't you laugh anymore? No, it seems that I got up too early. I actually saw the 9-colored sky thunder being blown away by a punch. No, I have to go back and continue to sleep. A strong man who was startled by the sky thunder and watched gave himself 2 slaps. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. It seems that we are overthinking. Tanger is a genius, how can this sky thunder do anything to him? The 7th ancestor wiped the sweat off his face and said with relief. Old 7 is right, let's continue to lurk and wait for the big fish to take the bait. The first ancestor nodded and reminded. The sky thunder was triggered just now, and the hostile forces were afraid of being involved in the transcending tribulation, so they stayed away. Now Wong Tang has crossed the 4 extremities realm. Another punch blew away the sky thunder. Those people must be restless, and they will definitely find a chance to get rid of Wong Tang immediately. In order to avoid more trouble, this Wong Tang is really against the will of heaven. I don't know whether my birth in this life is right or wrong. Kalinzi sighed and said thoughtfully. As the legitimate son of the ancient Qilin emperor, he has been self-proclaimed for 100,000 years, and all the ancestors of Qilin Cave have placed supreme hope and glory on him. He was originally going to prove the great emperor. But seeing Wong Tang who suddenly appeared, it is inevitable that his heart of Taoism was shaken. The 9-color sky thunder can't kill him, but he was blown away by a punch. This Wong Tang. When I go back and completely integrate the inheritance, I want you to pay 10 times back. Long Aotian, who stopped his injury, was supported by his servants and saw the scene just now. He was so angry that he cursed. The key is that Wong Tang broke through his cultivation level and succeeded by eating the soup made from his arm. Who wouldn't be angry? At the same time, in the attic, after Wong Tang blasted away the 9-colored sky thunder with one punch, he also completely reached the 4 extremities realm. Success. I have walked out a unique path. Now, even the venerable realm monks are definitely not my opponents. Wong Tang was overjoyed. The tremendous power accumulated in his body is really different from that of the spiritual transformation realm. Moreover, he could clearly feel it. Supreme Bone and Ancient Dual Pupils have also achieved considerable improvements. The corresponding divine treasure has been opened. Supreme Bone, Divine Treasure, Heavenly Tribulation Light. It is known as the most terrible divine punishment in the world. It is difficult to explain. It can shoot out a ray of divine light from the body. Destroy everything. Kill the strong men of the heavens. It is not inferior to the Kunpeng treasure technique, one of the 10 ancient secrets. This is quite powerful. Hide it for now and try it when there's a chance. Wong Tang stopped his excitement. He turned his head and focused on another physique. Ancient Dual Pupils, Divine Treasure, Destructive Black Light. When fighting with the enemy, it can shoot out divine light containing yin and yang from its pupils. It can also transform these original powers into weapons. Golden spears, halberds, spears, blades. The destructive power of a single unit is extremely strong. And, the speed is extremely fast, and it can be shot when the enemy is not prepared. It is very likely to kill in one shot. The 2 divine treasures are divine light attacks. But, looking at this, ancient dual pupils can be tried. Wong Tang touched his chin and muttered to himself. Swish. All of a sudden, his eyes suddenly became dazzling. A golden halberd appeared, with terrifying power, and shot into the distant void. Prepare to test the power of this divine treasure. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu also successfully broke through to the 4 extremities realm and walked out of the torn void. What a coincidence. She just appeared in front of Wong Tang. Wong Tang, what are you doing? I finally broke through my cultivation, and you actually want to use the halberd to sneak attack me. Zhang Ziyu pinched the hair seal and wanted to resist. But this is the divine treasure attack of the ancient dual pupils, how can ordinary defense stop it? It happened in a flash. Seeing that the divine light halberd was about to attack Zhang Ziyu, Wong Tang immediately opened his eyes again. Buzz. In an instant, the halberd dissipated. The crisis of this sudden situation was naturally resolved. Finally caught up, almost self-defeating. It seems that next time I open the divine treasure, I still have to find a remote and deserted place to try it. Wong Tang breathed a sigh of relief and thanked himself. If he hadn't controlled the destructive black light in time, the halberd handle that appeared would have stabbed Zhang Ziyu. But invisibly. Ancient Dual Pupils' perspective ability. It was also accidentally activated at this moment. Buzz. A glance lasts for 1,000 years. Wong Tang's head was buzzing instantly, staring at Zhang Ziyu in front of him, and his nose was bleeding. There was no reason, just because he saw a pornographic picture. And Zhang Ziyu in front of him looked at the yin and yang in his eyes with doubts, and the pupils that looked like cataracts. Guessed something immediately. Little rascal, you hooligan. Hurry up and take back your ancient dual pupils, or I'll dig your eyes out. Sorry, this is the effect that ancient dual pupils brings. I don't want to see it either. Hee, Sister Zhang, your inner armor is bright red. It's embroidered with a double dragon playing with a pearl, but, why not embroider a dragon pearl? Wong Tang scratched his head and asked deliberately. Good guy, this time, it's like poking a hornet's nest. Wong Tang, you're still peeking, I'll beat you and teach you a lesson. Zhang Ziyu bit her lips and said angrily. As soon as the words fell, she protected her chest with one hand, clenched her fist with the other hand, and hit Wong Tang with a girl's cute fist. This fist that didn't hurt. It hit him like cotton, making Wong Tang even more unscrupulous. Sister Zhang, be a little stronger. Why do I feel like you're pounding my back? Not to mention, it feels pretty good. You can say that. This is the gangster's excitement punch. And the Zhang family ancestors on the side were very tactful and left the attic with a grin. As for why there are no dragon beads embroidered on the inner armor, it's obvious that Zhang Ziyu has 2 dragon beads, and they're pink dragon beads. There's no need to embroider them at all. Outside the attic, near the battle stage, Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Divine Child, Bai Xiaosheng, known as the Divine Fortune Teller, looked at the 2 people playing and felt a little unhappy. He has always admired Zhang Ziyu, but since childhood, he has been practicing the ultimate Tianji Gongfa. He became a mute. He lost the ability to express himself. But this did not prevent him from being jealous, especially when Wong Tang was better than him. He was appreciated by his own master. He also had to invest. This made him even more unbearable. Master, I think your evaluation of him is still too exaggerated. This Wong Tang is a pervert at first glance, with a very bad mind, and it is easy for him to escape into evil ways. Even if he has a heaven-defying physique, but his moral character is not good, he will definitely be abandoned by the heaven in the future. Bai Xiaosheng frantically signed and persuaded. Although he is a mute, it does not prevent him from speaking sweet words to Wong Tang. Moreover, the speed of signing, it's really sparking and lightning all the way. It's almost catching up with the seal of the Hokage next door. Even if Uchiha Madara comes, this hand speed can't be better than him. And the owner of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, as if he hadn't seen anything, he ignored Bai Xiaosheng and continued to think about how to invest. This made Bai Xiaosheng furious. He turned his head. Wong Tang in the attic. He was looking at him at a 45-degree angle with his 2 pupils that blended the yin and yang energies. Hiss. Oh my god, he saw it all. Could it be, this is the legendary squinting eyes? These ancient dual pupils are really mysterious. Bai Xiaosheng sighed and thought to himself. The look Wong Tang gave him just now, although it was just a squinting look, it still made him feel like he had fallen into the netherworld. Especially the 2 yin and yang energies in the pupils. When they looked at each other, he couldn't help but tremble even his soul. Then, he quickly looked away, not daring to look at Wong Tang again, and the resentment in his heart could only be temporarily accumulated. Wait for an opportunity to retaliate in the future. Chapter 21. Night falls. The first day of the Myriad Races conference came to an end. Except for some forces that left early, all the other tribes fell asleep. However, there was a remote attic that was brightly lit. Everyone, today the Wong family's child cut off the left arm of our dragon son, which is actually a slap in the face of all our restricted areas. And his growth rate is too fast. If we don't stop it in time, I'm afraid we will never have peace in the future. In my opinion, we should do it tonight to avoid more trouble. The ancestor of the dragon nest frowned and analyzed. We have no objection. This time, the right leg of our divine maiden was cut off, and some of the inherited blood was lost. We must kill this Wong Tang to relieve the hatred in our hearts. An ancestor of Shenhuang Ridge nodded and agreed. The next second, the people on both sides shifted their gazes and looked at the 3 quasi-emperor ancestors of Qilin Cave. The 3 of us have the same idea. The Wong family is too arrogant. They only let one great saint realm ancestor accompany them. They are simply sending themselves to death. This Myriad Races conference, a total of 6 quasi-emperor ancestors came to Zulong Nest. There were 4 in Shenhuang Ridge. Although the Zhang family came with more than a dozen ancestors, their strength was at the bottom among the ancient families. There were only 5 quasi-emperor realm ancestors at most. The rest were all great saint realm, and they were not a big threat to them at all. Just then, clang, the door was opened, and Qilin Child walked in with an unhappy face, interrupting his own ancestor's answer. Wait a minute, I, Qilin Cave, will not get involved in this matter. Not getting involved. Divine Child, this is a great opportunity. You have also seen Wong Tang's terrifying talent. We must get rid of him. Otherwise he will be the biggest obstacle. An ancestor of Qilin Cave immediately advised. Since Wong Tang broke through the limit of strength, they have been ready to kill Wong Tang, and now a great opportunity is in front of them. How can they let him slip away? But Kalinzi's eyes are firm. His attitude is very tough. 3 elders, this matter is not negotiable. If you still admit that I am the heir of the ancient emperor, please follow my decision. For nothing else. The pride of being the blood of the ancient emperor in his heart makes him sneer at the means of killing. Moreover, after watching today's battle, his Tao heart was affected. If he can't stick to his invincible path, then he will not be able to prove his Tao and become an emperor in this life. The most critical point. As the legitimate son of the ancient emperor Qilin, he has the blood of the great emperor in his body, which is in line with the opportunity of the heavenly way, and can sense some crisis. For tonight's action, not only did his left eyelid keep twitching, but even his blood vessels palpitated a little. This is a warning. In that case, we won't participate. It's just, after we go back, you, divine child, will need to explain to the eldest brother. An old ancestor of Qilin Cave sighed and compromised. Then, after a few words of greeting, the 3 old ancestors of Qilin Cave from Quasi-Emperor realm followed Qilin child out of the attic. It seems that only our 2 families have taken action. But the situation is not bad. We have 10 quasi-emperors, against 5 quasi-emperors and a group of great saints. If the speed is fast enough, we can wipe them all out and find no traces. An old ancestor of the Shenwang clan comforted himself. Although the gap in strength between the 2 sides is huge, he still feels a little regretful. 7 life forbidden areas: Zulong Nest, Shenwang Ridge, Qilin Cave, Tianquan Mountain, Shengyuan Valley, and Emperor Palace, Tianwang Plain. Among them, Tianquan Mountain, Shengyuan Valley, Tianwang Plain. These 3 forbidden areas remain neutral for the time being. The Ant Palace, as one of the 10 evils, the direct descendant of the Sky-Horned Ant clan. After experiencing a great war countless years ago, it was automatically sealed up. Although they are extremely powerful and can reach the extreme of power, it is more difficult for them to reproduce than real dragons. Only one survives in each generation. Fortunately, they have a long lifespan. Otherwise, the Tianzhao Ant clan, one of the 10 evils, might be exterminated because they cannot reproduce. Except for the descendants of the previous generation of Tianzhao ants who are in seclusion, only a group of old and weak soldiers are left to guard. But due to the reputation of Tianzhao ants, in addition, the Tianzhao ancient emperor has arranged countless fierce formations, resulting in no one daring to enter. Naturally, they don't care about worldly affairs. Now in the 3 restricted areas participating in the Myriad Races Conference, Qilin Cave gave up. Then only their Zulong Nest and Shenwang Ridge will unite. Moreover, among the 5 ancient families, the Yi, Ji, and Chu families also remain neutral. In this way, they can act with peace of mind. What's more, in their opinion, the Wong family only sent 1 great saint ancestor. This trip must be a sure thing. HMPH. Even if they find out later, so what? At that time, the ancestors of the Zhang family were all wiped out. With the combined strength of our 2 clans, I don't believe that the Wong family can make waves. An ancestor of Shenwang Ridge snorted coldly. The murderous intent in their eyes has been completely released, and they don't hide it at all. There is no time to lose, act now. Nodding, the leader of the Zulong Nest gave an order and called on everyone to set off. The first one, it was the 10 dragon guards sent by the chief of the real dragon race. They have practiced assassination and concealment skills since childhood. The 10 people have a tacit understanding and can cooperate in formation. Although it is only a saint realm, but in terms of assassination methods, they are not much inferior to the masters of the Killer Divine Dynasty. And tonight, it is destined to be a sleepless night. At the same time, in the attic, Wong Tang, who was promoted to the 4 Extremities realm, had already fallen asleep in bed exhausted. Suddenly, roar, the Suani lying outside his room suddenly woke up and kept looking around. After fusing the blood of the ancestral dragon and the phoenix, he gained a new blood, and could sense the approach of danger in his bones. This also alarmed Wong Tang. Suani, what's going on? Why are you not sleeping at night and yelling here? Did you drink too much soup during the day? Wong Tang patted his head and yawned. He in the dream. He was having an in-depth conversation with Zhang Ziyu, but was interrupted by the roar of Suani. It's messing with people's mentality, isn't it? No, master. I seem to feel that someone is lurking in, Suani said seriously as if facing a great enemy. Hearing this, Wong Tang woke up instantly. There were protectors from the Zhang and Wang families outside the attic, and there were also many top defense formations. How could someone enter quietly? If it wasn't that Suani had a problem with his perception, then the intruder's hiding method was very clever. So powerful that he evaded all defenses. So, maybe they were specifically targeting me, so they should still be in this attic. Wong Tang frowned and thought. Buzz. The next moment, runes filled his pupils, and a beam of life source similar to strong light was emitted, scanning the surrounding space, like a searchlight in the dark night. Ancient dual pupils. With the ability to see through the world's vanity, it is the nemesis of all hidden killers. Even with the blessing of special formations, under the gaze of these eyes, there is no place to hide. As expected, just a glance with his eyes exposed the hidden figures of the 10 dragon guards one by one. 10 saints, you think highly of me. If it weren't for the blood alert of the Suani, you would have succeeded. But, none of you can escape tonight. Wong Tang snorted coldly without panic. As the 10 black-robed men revealed their figures, Wong Tang also saw their cultivation. The holy power was wafting from their bodies. They were obviously professional killers from the Saint realm. At the same time, the Zhang family's ancestors, including the 18th ancestor, were instantly startled and came to Wong Tang's side. Boom! The great saint's aura and quasi-emperor's pressure were released simultaneously. The 10 dragon guards were directly shocked to kneel on the spot, and even their bodies began to twist. Even though they were true dragon races, they could not withstand the pressure of so many ancestors. What a big courage! 10 saint ants dared to come to assassinate. Tell me, who sent you here? The first ancestor of the Zhang family was furious and asked first. And the 10 dragon guards, faced with this situation where they could not escape, they knew that there was no possibility of assassination. They fell silent directly. As the Deadpool killers trained by the dragon nest, they were aware of failure. Pretending to be dumb. I like people like you, who have the awareness of being a killer, but I have many ways to make you speak. For example, directly search the soul. The 18th ancestor sneered with disdain. The method of searching the soul. It is limited to the strong against the weak, and there must be a certain disparity in strength between the two sides. Once the soul is searched, they will suffer endless pain and torture, and all their memories will be forcibly stolen. At the least, they will become stupid and laugh wildly, and at the worst, they will die on the spot. It is no less than the most terrible punishment. Ha! The big hand stretched out, and the terrifying 5 claws grabbed the head of one of the 10 dragon guards through the air. Just at this moment, there was a loud bang. The roof of the entire attic was violently lifted by a more powerful force. Don't bother so much. They are sent by the old man to assassinate. Since they are exposed, it doesn't matter if I just tell you. None of you can escape today. The Wong family kid is going to die, and so are you. The 4th ancestor of the dragon nest spoke domineeringly. Among the 6 quasi-emperor ancestors who came this time, he has the highest strength and status, so he naturally has the right to speak. The next moment, the other 5 ancestors of the dragon nest and the 4 quasi-emperor ancestors of Shenhuang Ridge appeared at the same time. They scattered around. They formed a closed circle, surrounding the entire attic. I was wondering who was so bold. It turned out to be you. Dare to take action at the Myriad Races conference, aren't you afraid of the joint attack from other tribes? The first ancestor of the Zhang family was on high alert and asked back. Myriad Races conference. All participating forces, no matter how powerful, must abide by the rules it has set. During the competition, the ancestors of all parties cannot interfere in the battles between the younger generations, fight each other in the venue, and cannot send people to assassinate privately. Otherwise, they will be jointly denounced. The 10 ancestors of the Dragon Nest and Shenhuang Ridge so blatantly disregarded the rules. It has something to do with their arrogance over the years. In addition, that is the strength shown by Wong Tang, which makes the other forces feel daunted. For their actions, all of them maintained a neutral attitude and chose to watch the fire from the sidelines. Ha 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 ha, you should look around. Is there anyone willing to come out and seek justice for you? You have become the target of public criticism. The second ancestor of the Phoenix clan laughed loudly, looking like he was sure of victory. It was just as he said. When the roof of the attic was lifted just now, all the forces participating in the Myriad Races conference felt the killing intention of the quasi-emperor. But they chose to watch the battle from a distance. Everyone wanted Wong Tang to be killed, even the other 3 ancient families. Dead chicken. Don't be arrogant, watch me kill you. The figure of the first ancestor of the Zhang family flashed, and a golden patterned long sword carved with laws suddenly appeared in his hand. Attacked the fourth ancestor of the Phoenix clan. Buzz. The long sword broke through the air, slashing a brilliant light. This is a quasi-emperor weapon. It is a weapon that he has been refining for half his life, and at this moment, it burst out with full power. Clang. The second ancestor of the Phoenix clan saw this and prepared to sacrifice his own quasi-emperor weapon. He fought with the first ancestor of the Zhang family. Wang's son, die. This day next year will be your memorial day. The fourth ancestor of the dragon nest flashed a cold light and said coldly. Wherever he looked, all were the figures of Wong Tang. Boom. A quasi-emperor weapon with a red feather fan was sacrificed by him. Gently waved. 5 flame phoenixes flapped their wings and flew out. Transformed into waves of killing Dao rhyme laws, closely intertwined to kill Wong Tang. Not good. Quickly protect the Wong family kid. This 4-legged snake is targeting him. If he succeeds, everything will be over. The second ancestor of the Zhang family was quick and shouted. He also sacrificed his quasi-emperor weapon. It was a bronze furnace, simple and vicissitudes, with intricate patterns on it. Each line is a unique La Dao rhyme. If it is based on the actual situation, this is a specially made imitation. Imitation of the extreme Dao Emperor weapon of the Zhang family. Hengyu furnace. Although it is not as powerful as the Emperor weapon, it is already at the level of quasi-emperor weapon. In addition, the second ancestor of the Zhang family spent a lot of effort to sacrifice it. His strength should not be underestimated. Want to save people. Today, the 4 of us are here, don't even think about going over, the Wong family kid must die. The figure flashed. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th ancestors of the Shenwang clan, as well as the 9th ancestor of the dragon nest, stood in front of them. The 4 of them had clear division of labor. They were responsible for intercepting the 4 quasi-emperor ancestors of the Zhang family. They were not allowed to protect Wong Tang. As for the remaining great saint ancestors of the Zhang family, they didn't care at all. Except for the 9th ancestor. There were still 5 quasi-emperor ancestors left in the dragon nest, encircling Wong Tang and a group of vulnerable great saints. Isn't that easy? And it was enough to see that they were determined to kill Wong Tang. Wong Tang is dead now. With 5 quasi-emperors taking action, I don't believe you can survive, ha 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 ha. In the distance, Bai Xiaosheng, who was watching the battle, was secretly happy. Such a scene. Even his master, the pavilion master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, did not dare to go up to participate in rescuing Wong Tang. What a pity. This Wong family is still too arrogant, only bringing one great saint to protect the way, ah. The powerful who was watching sighed and said with emotion. Almost all the forces that were alarmed had the same idea as him. It goes without saying, Wong Tang will definitely die tonight. The scene changed. 5 flame phoenixes attacked and arrived, and the terrifying killing power made everyone feel terrified. But the dozen great saint ancestors of the Zhang family still resolutely rushed up, and they were bound to fight with the dragon nest. Boom! A violent explosion. The great saint ancestors of the Zhang family were finally blown away by the divine ability with all their strength. Falling to the ground, each of them suffered different injuries. The gap between the great saint realm and the quasi-emperor realm is too big. The latter touched the law of the emperor, even if it was a weak threshold of the pseudo-emperor. The resulting gap, it is not something that the great saint can touch. Ha 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 ha, you are trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, overestimating your own strength. You are also the ancestors of the clan, do you think that the number of people can make up for the realm? The 5th ancestor of the dragon nest laughed wildly. They don't need to take action at all, only the 4th ancestor can defeat these ants. The next second, the 4th ancestor of the dragon nest looked down at Wong Tang, and the red feather fan in his hand danced again. The accumulated attack aura, it was stronger than before. It's over. We can't let him hit this attack, otherwise the 18 ancestors alone can't stop it. Wong Tang frowned and thought it was not good. If he didn't take measures, he would really have to restart. After a brief thought, only Supreme Bone's divine ability can be tried. Buzz. 108 Supreme Bones were hot, and golden streams of light surged in his body. Meridians, blood, even the Ren and Du meridians. In an instant, the Tao rhyme intertwined in the center of his chest and gathered into a brand new bone. The runes on it are complicated and golden. 108 pieces of supreme bones are fused together, making it the king of bones. An emperor-like existence. This is the truly terrifying supreme bones. Boom. The hand of God. At this moment, divine ability is fully released, aiming at the fourth ancestor of Zulong Nest and shooting at the speed of light. Swish. The breath of destruction is also released. Just like Wang Yi used the chaotic golden watch on the old Tianxi in one person under heaven. The fourth ancestor of Zulong Nest fell into a moment of daze. The gap in strength between the two sides is too big, and being able to do this is already the limit of Wong Tang. And the moment he fought for it also successfully allowed Wong Tang to hit his palm and forcibly interrupted the use of divine ability. Good boy, you can actually use Supreme Bone to freeze me for a second in the Four Extremities realm, so I can't let you stay. The fourth ancestor of Zulong Nest looked sharp and scolded angrily. Then, in his left palm, the power of the universe was brewing, and the power of the creation of heaven and earth continued to gather. Boom, he hit out with a palm. He didn't even use any weapons. He just simply integrated the quasi-imperial law and released an attack that was no less than divine ability. At this moment, facing the coming attack, the 18th ancestor was not worried at all, but raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. Humph, four-legged snake. You don't really think I'm the only one protecting the myriad races this time, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Not only were the various forces watching the battle surprised, but even the other quasi-emperor ancestors who were besieging them were also trembling. What could it be? You did this on purpose. The pupils of the fourth ancestor of the dragon nest suddenly shrank, as if he had thought of something, and even sweat broke out on his forehead. The next moment, an inexplicable chill came from behind him, making him smell the terrifying breath of death. Without waiting for him to stop the attack in his palm. Swish. A blood-red spear with overwhelming imperial power instantly pierced his entire chest. And quickly took away all his vitality. Old Loach, how are you? I've been fishing for so long, and finally found this great opportunity. The first ancestor's loud laughter echoed around. Just now, he found the right opportunity and took advantage of the fourth ancestor of the dragon nest spirit partitioning. He successfully pierced him with the extreme Tao Emperor weapon. The next second, the void was torn apart. The figures of the 10 great ancestors stepped out one by one. The fourth ancestor of the dragon nest slowly raised his finger and wanted to speak but couldn't open his mouth. The vitality in his body was being continuously devoured by the emperor-killing spear. Seeing this, the first ancestor stretched out his palm and took back the emperor weapon that pierced his body. The fourth ancestor of the dragon nest also turned into a huge dragon corpse and fell to the ground. A quasi-emperor level true dragon race ancestor fell into the hands of the Wong family. Now, the number of people has reversed. 10-4, let's see where you can run. The second ancestor stroked his long beard, and his words revealed the murderous intent of death. The fourth ancestor of the dragon nest died. The remaining fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth ancestors were caught in a jar. The 4 ancestors of the Phoenix clan and the 9th ancestor of the dragon nest were restrained because they fought against the quasi-emperor ancestor of the Zhang family. They were clever and made mistakes. The Wong family ancestors understood this fishing enforcement. I really didn't expect it. This ancient Wong family is so scheming that they deliberately set up a trap to trap the life-restricted area. A strong man from the sacred land took a breath and said in surprise. 10 quasi-emperors. And they even brought the extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Now the ancestors of the dragon nest and the Phoenix clan are probably all going to die here. Another great leader shook his head and sighed. One careless move. That's really a complete loss. The Wong family won this time. Damn it, damn it. Old 9, run quickly and take Longzi back to the clan. We can't let our clan hope to die here. The 5th ancestor of the dragon nest clenched his fists and shouted loudly. He hated the Wong family's fishing enforcement, and hated that they didn't listen to Kalinzi's advice and forcefully attacked Wong Tang. Now, only by letting Long Aotian return to the dragon nest alive can we try to stop the loss as much as possible. As for the few of them, with the 10 quasi-emperor ancestors of the Wong family, there is no way to escape. Next, led by him, the 4 of them immediately performed the blood sacrifice method, burning their lives to gain temporary power. Delay the 10 great ancestors. Buy time for the 9th ancestor of the dragon nest. The 9th ancestor of the dragon nest was also decisive, suppressing his inner grief. He escaped from the entanglement of the Zhang family quasi-emperor by blood escape. 5th brother, don't worry, I will definitely bring my son back safely. Wong family, you wait, this blood debt will be repaid double by the dragon nest. Waves of echoes resounded through the void. The 9th ancestor of the dragon nest left the battlefield smoothly. The other 4 ancestors of the Phoenix clan looked at each other and fled without hesitation by blood escape. In a one-on-one situation, it is still very simple to escape. Not to mention that he was willing to spend his vitality and blood to leave by blood escape. Because their divine maiden Feng Yanren was also stranded here. He must be protected and leave, and the Wong family ancestors must not find a chance to kill him. On the other hand, the 4 quasi-emperors of the dragon nest. That would be miserable. 10 ancestors of the Wong family blocked the surrounding void, and they could not escape even if they tried to escape 100 times. They could only wait to die on the spot. Brother, this time we have gained a lot. Although a few people escaped, we can kill these 4 old loaches, and the dragon nest is almost finished. The 6th ancestor smiled instead of wrinkles, and said happily. 6 quasi-emperor ancestors. 1 died, and 4 are waiting to die. Only 1 person escaped from this place, and he was seriously injured. Now, the dragon nest, which is the first in the 7 life-forbidden areas, is afraid to fall to the bottom level. 6th, don't waste time. Call old man Zhang and the others over, and work together to kill them quickly first. In case of any unexpected situation. The first ancestor murmured and prepared to fight in a group. Don't talk about martial ethics at this time. Fight in a group when you can, and fight in a group when you can fight alone. The next second, the emperor weapon in his hand burst into a dazzling light. The emperor weapon was reviving. The aura of the ancient great emperor emanated. With the emperor weapon, the 4 quasi-emperors of the dragon nest could only sit and wait for death. Moreover, they had just burned their own blood essence to delay time. Now they were in a weak state. Old man Wong, you are so brave. You used my great-grandson-in-law as bait, no wonder you caught these 4-legged snakes. If it were me, I would probably fall into the trap. The first ancestor of the Zhang family came close and laughed. As soon as the voice fell, the blade in his hand broke through the air. Aiming at the body of the 5th ancestor of the dragon nest, he chopped off a terrifying blow. They lifted the blood sacrifice state. The 5 people now. Not only could they not use the divine ability to defend, they also had no strength to resist with the most basic weapons. Swish, a knife fell, and the 5th ancestor of the dragon nest was directly chopped in half vertically. At the moment of death, his eyes were bloodshot. With a heart full of anger and unwillingness, completely disappeared from this world, leaving only a cold dragon corpse slowly falling. Seeing this, the other 3 ancestors of the dragon nest no longer resisted, closed their eyes and quietly waited for death to come. The first ancestor shook his head. He thought that several people would fight back, but he didn't expect that their blood and energy were exhausted. Then he didn't waste any words. He urged the extreme Dao Emperor weapon in his hand and threw it at the 3 people standing in a row. The Emperor killing spear flew out. It instantly pierced through their bodies, and the 3 people were strung into human sausages like roasted gluten. So far, 5 ancestors of the quasi-emperor realm of the dragon nest fell in the venue of the Myriad Races conference. They fell into the hands of the Wong family. Including the 10 dragon guards who assassinated them, their cultivation was only saint realm, and they were smashed into powder by a great saint ancestor with a wave of his hand. Crack, the void changed instantly, and after a loud thunder, a few drops of rain fell from the sky. Take a closer look. The color of the rain is blood red. Look, it's blood rain. A monk first discovered the abnormality and shouted around. And the people of many forces looked at the blood rain dripping from the sky, and their eyes were lonely. This is the weeping of the heavenly Tao. 5 quasi-emperors died at once, which triggered the laws of the heavenly Tao in this area. That's why the blood rain fell, crying for the fall of the quasi-emperor. The pavilion master of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion shook his head and sighed. The next second, the intelligence paper he had written in his hand spontaneously ignited out of thin air. Like a dandelion being blown away, it turned into tiny particles, scattered in all directions. This is one of his divine abilities, which can quickly spread the news to all the branch halls of Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Then inform everyone in the myriad worlds of the heavens. Hey, if you don't listen to me, this is the end. Elder, let's go back first. I'm already upset about this trip. If I don't deal with it in time, I'm afraid I will stop here for the rest of my life. In the distance, Kalinsey glanced at the dragon corpse on the ground and said to his ancestor. The three quasi-emperor ancestors. They swallowed their saliva awkwardly. If Kalinsey hadn't stopped them forcibly, I'm afraid that next to the 5 dragon corpses, there would be 3 old Qilin corpses lying. After nodding, the 3 ancestors of Qilin Cave summoned their men without hesitation and escorted Kalinsey back to the clan overnight. At the same time as the battle ended, the Myriad Races Conference. It was also completely over. The prodigy of various forces left here with their ancestors. In addition to being afraid of Wong Tang's powerful strength, they wanted to temporarily leave this place of right and wrong. It can be said that this is the worst session in history. It was held for only 1 day, and 2 battles were fought, both of which were closely related to Wong Tang. At the same time, near the battle stage, next to several dragon corpses. Slurp, it's so cool, 5 quasi-emperor level real dragon corpses, enough for me to eat for a while. Wong Tang drooled and said happily. Immediately, he opened a special storage bag and put the 5 dragon corpses into it one by one. For him, these are not only delicious food, but also treasures for him to improve the 3 physical qualities by using the heaven-swallowing demon technique. As for the storage bags of the 5 quasi-emperors, they were naturally collected by the 10 great ancestors. They were full of treasures of extraordinary value, as well as the quasi-emperor soldiers they had cultivated for their entire lives. They made a small fortune. At this time, Zhang Ziyu walked out of the torn void under the escort of a great saint ancestor. Little rascal, are you okay? As soon as she landed, she ran to Wong Tang and looked at the various parts of her body to see if there was any missing. Of course, that part under Wong Tang must not be missing. When the war happened before, the first ancestor of the Zhang family made a retreat plan. Let one of the great saint ancestors take Zhang Ziyu away from the battlefield. If everything is fine, they can come back, but if there is any unexpected situation, then their Zhang family can still keep the spark of hope. It's okay, Sister Zhang. I have the ancestors to protect me, how could I get hurt? Wong Tang turned around and patted his chest. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. The previous incident was too sudden, and she was worried about Wong Tang's safety when she was hiding. Tanger, now the conference is almost impossible to hold, you can go back to the clan with us for the time being. Although the 5 quasi-emperors of the ancestral dragon nest were killed, it is inevitable that they will jump over the wall and launch the immortal war. Next, we have to prepare well. In the void, the first ancestor said with his hands behind his back. There are many people around. It is inevitable that someone will take the opportunity to eavesdrop. And at this juncture, we must be cautious against the revenge of the ancestral dragon nest and other life-forbidden areas. Okay, ancestor, there's nothing else to do anyway, I'll go back with you first. Wong Tang nodded and responded. Then, he didn't stay any longer, and directly pulled Zhang Ziyu to ride on the back of Suanni. Then, under the escort of the 2 ancestors, they set out on the return journey. And what happened at the Myriad Races Conference spread to every corner at lightning speed. The Wong family, an ancient family in the eastern wilderness. Once again, it came into everyone's sight. The dragon nest. In the inheritance land. Brother, we fell into the Wong family's trap. The 4th brother and the others were all killed. If I hadn't been on the edge, I'm afraid even the dragon son would have been killed there. You must avenge us. The 9th ancestor of the dragon nest knelt in front of a coffin, crying like rain. There were 2 identical coffins next to it. It was obvious. This is the blood and chi coffin of the 1st, 2nd and 3rd ancestors of the true dragon race. Counting the 9th ancestor who escaped back, there are only 4 quasi-emperor ancestors left in the dragon nest, which is already greatly reduced. I know about this. Now, only the dragon inheritance that has been completed by the fusion of the dragon son can have a glimmer of hope. Be patient for a while, and wait for Aoshin to prove the great emperor in this life, and then we will seek revenge on the Wong family. The first ancestor of the dragon nest sighed. For now, they can only be old turtles for the time being and pin their hopes on Long Aoshin. And he is not worried that the Wong family will take the opportunity to attack. Lost 5 quasi-emperors. This is true, but they still have the extreme Dao Emperor weapon guarding the clan. The weapon of the ancient great emperor. The power that erupted when he woke up after resurrection can be called an emperor-level battle. If the Wong family takes this opportunity to attack, then it will be a deadly situation. The Wong family will not win so easily. Moreover, as the first of the 7 life-forbidden areas, for endless years, there is another life-saving trump card. At this moment, Long Aoshin, who had his left arm broken, is receiving the complete inheritance of Zulong after using divine medicine to restore his limbs. Wong Tang, I will remember the revenge of the broken arm. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young. When I come out of the forbidden area, it will be your death. Long Aoshin's face was ferocious, and he swore in his heart. The scene changed. Shenwang Ridge. Brother, this time was really dangerous. Fortunately, we had the scapegoat of the dragon nest, otherwise we would not be able to come back. The second ancestor of Shenwang Ridge was thankful. Fortunately, they went to stop the Zhang family ancestor one-on-one, which avoided the fate of death. This is a lesson. Fortunately, Divine Maiden returned safely. Although she lost the blood essence of the inheritance of the Phoenix Seal, it is also an opportunity. Whether she can completely become a Phoenix Nirvana depends on how well she accepts the inheritance. The first ancestor of the dragon nest nodded and said, "Now, Feng Yanren, who returned safely, is in seclusion in the inheritance place like Long Aoshin. As for the chopped right leg, the Phoenix blood essence contained in it is only 1/10 of the inheritance. Once she passes the test completely and obtains all the divine abilities of the Phoenix, she will re-evolve her bloodline. From a Shenwang with a thin Phoenix bloodline, transformed into a Phoenix of one of the extinct 10 evils. Time flies, half a month later. Nanling, Great Xia Dynasty. As one of the 5 major areas of the ancient star domain, Nanling is home to many supreme sects. Among them, the Great Xia Dynasty. The founder was a great emperor. It has been passed down to this day and still has absolute voice, ranking among the top forces. The emperors of all generations. The blood of the great emperor flows in his body. The cultivation level can basically reach the quasi-emperor realm. At this moment, in the palace of the Great Xia Dynasty, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe is sitting on the dragon throne with a worried look on his face. He is the contemporary emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty. Xia Wuming, my dear ministers, what do you think about this supreme secret realm that suddenly appeared? He supported his hand and asked the civil and military officials below. 3 days ago, a void secret realm appeared in the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty, which attracted Xia Wuming to personally take a master to check it out. He wanted to seal it off and keep it for the exclusive use of the royal family. You don't know until you see it. I almost dropped my jaw when I saw it. This secret realm, it is not an ordinary secret realm at all, but the supreme secret realm known as Invincible. Throughout the long river of time, the supreme secret realm has appeared twice in total, and this time it has appeared 3 times. The first 2 times it appeared, those who successfully entered and explored and came out alive. Without exception, they all became overlords. They left their own legends in the myriad worlds. There are also rumors. Every time the supreme secret realm is opened, there will be a peerless divine treasure inside, and the strength of those who obtain it will be terribly improved. Some people say that during the 2 periods when the supreme secret realm appeared, the great emperor of Blood Seal and the great emperor of Burning Lamp had entered to explore. It was they who obtained the final, supreme, treasure. Only then could they stand out from the competition for the Emperor Road. Finally, they successfully proved the great emperor. Therefore, this sudden appearance of the supreme secret realm gave Xia Wuming a headache. Your Majesty, the truth will come out eventually. In my opinion, it is better to release the news. When the time comes, we can still get some places to let the princes and princesses go in and get opportunities. General Xu Qian stood up and advised. Other secret realms are easy to deal with. But Sha Wuming wants to take the supreme secret realm for himself, which is simply a daydream. If it is not handled properly, the great Sha dynasty may suffer a catastrophe. Father, your son also agrees with what the Prime Minister said. Once the news of the supreme secret realm is released, it will definitely attract more monstrous geniuses. With the strength of our great Sha dynasty, if we want to take it for ourselves by force, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist the combination of various forces. The eldest Prince Sha Luo bowed and stepped out, echoing. The two have superior status. With them taking the lead, the other ministers who did not want to be the first to speak up saw that the time was ripe. One by one, they stepped forward to express their agreement. After a moment's silence, Sha Wuming sighed and stood up. Pass on my order and release the news immediately. Just say that the supreme secret realm has appeared, and I invite all forces to explore it together. As soon as it was spread, this news spread like a rolling wave throughout the myriad worlds. At the same time, Wong family, in the imperial palace. Wong Tang, who was practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a mechanical sound in his mind. Needless to say, the system came to sign in. Ding, the new sign in location is refreshed. Sign in location, Supreme Secret Realm. Supreme Secret Realm. Which place is this? However, just listening to this name, you know that it is quite high-end. Wong Tang opened his eyes and muttered to himself. While thinking, the first ancestor who received the news of the Supreme Secret Realm's birth, stroking his long beard, entered the imperial palace with a smile on his face. Tanger, I have good news for you. The Supreme Secret Realm has been born. It is located in the Great Sha dynasty. You can show off your skills again this time. As soon as these words came out, Wong Tang was immediately excited. He was about to ask the ancestors, but he didn't expect that the news would be sent directly to him. Moreover, no need to find an excuse. You can go and sign in openly. Saint Ape Valley. Father, I don't understand. Why didn't you let me go to the Myriad Races conference, but let me go to the Supreme Secret Realm? The Saint Emperor asked in confusion, holding a black iron stick. It's hard to imagine. In the huge palace, there are only him and the Fighting Ape Emperor who is sitting on the throne. The Fighting Saint Ape clan. Born to fight, the bloodline is no different from the desolate ancient saint body. Invincible at the same level. Even able to wrestle with the great emperor. But there is also a huge disadvantage. Difficult to reproduce. The number of people in the world is rare and can be counted on one's fingers. But compared with the one person per generation of the sky-horned ant, it is still much better. And the blood of the Fighting Saint Ape clan is domineering, and the children born from any race are all Saint Apes. As for the blood, all are pure-blooded Fighting Saint Apes, and will not be diluted at all. It can be seen how terrifying it is. What's the point of sparring at the Myriad Races conference? It's just a waste of time, but this Supreme Secret Realm is different. This is an opportunity that has not been seen for millions of years. How can we not fight for it? The Fighting Ape King sat high above and explained. For him, competition is just a false name, and it doesn't matter whether to participate or not. But when it comes to some important secret realms or treasures, they can no longer stand idly by. Otherwise, it is tantamount to handing over this life's great emperor to others. Don't worry, Father. This time when I go to the secret realm, I will definitely beat those so-called prodigy to pieces. By the way, I heard that Wong Tang defeated Long Aotian and Feng Yanren at the Myriad Races. I hope he goes this time, so I can meet him then. Saint Emperor's eyes were burning with excitement. He didn't care about the secret realm treasures, as long as there were fights, he would never get tired of it. Stay in the Holy Ape Valley. I've been hitting rocks one-sidedly all day, and I've long been impatient. He's really a natural fighting maniac. Almost at the same time, the two major life-forbidden areas of Tianwang Plain and Tianquan Mountain came out after receiving the news. Not only them, including many hidden prehistoric tribes, such as Teoti, Taowu, Bayan, etc. They all rushed to the Great Sha dynasty without stopping. Including the Yaoqi Sacred Land, which is full of female cultivators, almost 90% of the forces are involved. The Ancestral Dragon Nest and the Phoenix Ridge. They are sealed behind closed doors. Their divine child, divine maiden, has just escaped and is in the process of receiving inheritance. They can only hand over the supreme secret realm. At the same time, Wong Tang rode on the Suani and had already passed through the torn void crack and quickly arrived in the Great Xia dynasty. This time, there was no more fishing enforcement. The 8th ancestor, the 9th ancestor, the 10th ancestor, 3 quasi-emperor ancestors accompanied him openly. And Wong Tang's father, Wang Chendong, known as the red-haired monster, also followed him this time. Acted as a protector. Once in the country, they ignored the restricted air zone. They came directly to the sky above the imperial capital. The Great Xia dynasty seemed to have anticipated it and arranged a lot of people at the gate of the imperial capital. Seeing the flags held by Wong Tang and his group on the ground, a group of inner court guards immediately shouted in unison, "Welcome the prince of the Wong family." A closer look. The leader. It was Xu Qian, the general who guarded the country. The cultivation level of Saint King's 7th layer. Although he was not good enough in front of several ancestors, he was sent to serve as a welcoming officer. He still gave enough face to all parties. "Dear seniors, Your Majesty has already arranged for us to prepare the accommodation, please follow me. I'll only ask you to stay for 3 days. The Supreme Secret Realm will be opened on time after 3 days." Xu Qian bowed his hands and said respectfully. Hearing this, the 10th ancestor nodded and agreed. After all, the Supreme Secret Realm appeared in the territory of the Great Xia dynasty. Face still needs to be given. But what people didn't expect was that they arranged the place where Wong Tang lived. It was actually in the palace. And the nearby sleeping palaces were all the princesses' residences, not even a prince. In other words, he was the only man in this area. It was exciting to think about it. The kind of excitement that made you bleed from your nose. Even made Wong Tang start to daydream. Is this Great Xia dynasty emperor trying to seduce him? As soon as he arrived near the palace where he lived, the princesses around were attracted by Wong Tang's reputation. One by one, they came to peek at him. Xia Wuming is quite amazing. In the 1,000 years since he ascended the throne, he expanded his harem to 3,000 beauties. He gave birth to no less than 200 daughters. As a result, Wong Tang is now surrounded by a group of women, and countless eyes are looking at him. Wow, this Wong family prince is so cute. He is only 8 years old. He is so young that I am embarrassed to touch him. A princess born to a concubine said. Hee, it's okay to be young, but I just don't know the size of that thing. Another princess born to a concubine laughed. Her words were full of teasing. She wanted to strip Wong Tang naked. Facts have proved that when a woman becomes a nympho, she is several times more terrifying than a man. And Wang Chendong on the side. He also took the opportunity to come over and teach Wong Tang how to pick up girls. Tanger, don't be afraid. Look, so many sisters like you. I'll make the decision for you. Pick the one you like and take it home. I'll tell Emperor Xia when the time comes. These words almost made Wong Tang stagger. He was only 8 years old, but Wang Chendong was thinking about him getting married and having children. What will happen when he grows up? Just when he was about to escape. Suddenly, a loud and rough voice echoed from the distant sky. Wong Tang, come out. This Saint Emperor wants to fight you for 300 rounds. Looking back, a Taoist figure flashed in an instant and appeared on the open space in front of him. And Wong Tang also saw the owner of the voice. The person who spoke was less than 5 feet tall, like an ape, but with a human body. He was covered with golden hair. Just standing there. You can feel the huge blood and energy he exudes. He is born with a sense of oppression. A pair of eyes shone with golden light, as dazzling as torches, revealing an aura of supremacy at all times. It was the Saint Emperor of the Fighting Saint Ape clan. Where did this monkey come from? Can't you see that I'm in a bad mood now? If you know what's good for you, just stay away. Otherwise, I'll use your monkey brain to cook later. Wong Tang waved his hand and dismissed him. How shameless. This Saint Emperor came to challenge you today. Are you afraid to accept the challenge? As the son of the Wong family, are you going to be a coward? Saint Emperor asked relentlessly. Coward. This insult made Wong Tang want to fight. He wanted to let him go. But he actually yelled and offered himself. Then, he would not be polite with this monkey brain dish. Tanger, don't underestimate the enemy. This is a fighting saint ape. His bloodline is no less than that of the desolate ancient saint body. And when fighting, his own attack and strength will be doubled. Wang Chendong stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "Doubled, this is quite a trick. No wonder he wanted to fight him. It turns out he is a fighting maniac. The stronger he is, the more he likes him. It's okay, Dad. This monkey's mouth is too stinky, I'm going to teach him a lesson." Wong Tang didn't care, but his fighting spirit rose. The next second, the two looked at each other, and under the guidance of a princess, they left the palace side by side. They came to the empty martial arts field behind the palace. At the same time, deep in the palace, in the ancestral land. "Father, the prince of the Wong family is fighting with the fighting saint ape, shouldn't we stop them?" Sha Wuming frowned and said. He saw the scene just now. In fact, with the blessing of Dragon Qi, no place in the great Sha dynasty can escape his prying. And beside him, there is an old man wearing a dragon robe, with wrinkles on his face full of years of vicissitudes. And he is Sha Wuming's father. The previous emperor of the great Sha dynasty, the Sha emperor, with the strength of quasi-emperor. Why should we stop them? We can't afford to offend any of them, so there's no need to get involved. Even if one side is injured or killed, the responsibility cannot be attributed to us. Now, we just need to ensure that the secret realm is opened smoothly in 3 days. Emperor Sha smiled calmly. That look, he looks like an old fox. So stable, no wonder he can live so long. In addition to his own strong strength, his means of saving his life are unique. The scene changed. Behind the imperial capital, in the empty martial arts field. The Saint Emperor holding the black iron rod, the blood of the fighting saint ape is boiling, and the fighting spirit is soaring. "Wong Tang, take my rod." The Saint Emperor roared, and the iron rod in his hand shook the ground. Various runes appeared on the rusty rod, like a divine weapon. Buzz, accompanied by a terrifying divine light bursting out. The Saint Emperor waved the black iron rod in his hand and roared at Wong Tang. The speed was so amazing that people had no time to dodge. Boom, the iron rod fell, and a deep pit was instantly smashed on the ground, raising a lot of dust. Ha 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 ha, what kind of prince of the Wong family is that? He is just so-so. He can't even withstand my stick. Saint Emperor scratched his chin and laughed. He thought that his stick directly smashed Wong Tang into a meat pie, and he was extremely happy in his heart. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Monkey, what are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Do you really think you hit me? Open your monkey eyes and take a good look. The young master is behind you." As soon as these words came out, Saint Emperor's back instantly felt cold. He turned his head. Wong Tang stood in front of him unscathed. Even the corner of his clothes was not damaged. It turned out that when the iron rod was about to hit him, Wong Tang quickly performed the Kunpeng treasure technique. Transformed into Peng. At the extreme speed, he dodged the fatal blow. Even the torch-like eyes of Saint Emperor failed to catch his figure. "HMPH, don't be so arrogant. It's just luck that you escaped this attack. But I don't believe you can dodge the next move." The Saint Emperor put away the iron rod and snorted coldly. Boom, in a vague moment, the scripture in his mouth came out, and an amazing momentum burst out from his body. Adding to the golden hair all over his body, instantly made him look like a little golden man. Swish, in the blink of an eye. A dozen figures exactly like him appeared around the Saint Emperor in an instant. 9 Revolutions Heavenly Art, originated from the fighting Saint Emperor, it is the great emperor scripture of their lineage. This is a terrible forbidden technique. It can transform one into tens of thousands. Just like multiple shadow clones. But each clone has unparalleled combat power. If practiced to great accomplishment, it is enough to destroy an ancient star in an instant. Although he has mastered it for a short time and can only display more than a dozen clones, his combat power should not be underestimated. "Wong Tang, now let's see where you can run. Take my stick." As soon as the voice fell, more than a dozen black iron sticks came like a storm. At first glance, it looked like hitting a mole. Facing Saint Emperor who performed the 9 heavens mysterious art, Wong Tang didn't seem to take it to heart. Yin and Yang twisted and intertwined. He once again transformed into Kunpeng soaring in the sky, dodging the dense iron stick attacks freely. Seeing this, Saint Emperor opened his eyes. His pair of fire eyes and golden pupils were stimulated to the extreme. He captured Wong Tang's figure transformed into Kunpeng flying, ready to find the right opportunity to give a fatal blow. But there were ancient dual pupils. How could Saint Emperor's fire eyes and golden pupils compare to him? Including these overlapping attacks, they can be slowed down several times in Wong Tang's eyes. Add to the speed of Kunpeng. It's too easy to dodge. Monkey, come, let me show you how powerful I am. Seeking the right moment, Wong Tang spread his Kunpeng wings and fell vertically with his own speed. He aimed at Saint Emperor's head and chopped it off. Kunpeng's wings. There are two major characteristics. When used for speed, it vibrates and soars into the sky, and can instantly reach any corner of the myriad worlds. When used for attack, it can cut through hard stone and gold, and can sweep everything with overwhelming force. With extreme speed, within a second, Wong Tang launched a slash at his dozen clones. Not good. When seeing the attack coming, Saint Emperor's real body flashed his fiery eyes without hesitation. Capturing the attack point, clang, a huge collision sound resounded. Saint Emperor placed the black iron rod in front of him to block Wong Tang's Kunpeng wings. The two of them fought back and forth. Each launched an offensive, but for the time being, neither could do anything to the other. Damn Kunpeng treasure technique, it's really hard to deal with. I still don't believe I can't deal with you. The Saint Emperor was furious and said angrily. Immediately took back the 9 heavens mysterious art and tried another divine ability instead. 72 transformations. This is the divine ability inherited by their fighting Saint Ape clan. As long as it is a creature that has been copied by his eyes, it can be transformed. Ming, accompanied by a crisp hiss. The Saint Emperor turned into a dragon bird, vibrating his wings, chasing the flying Wong Tang. FK, there really is Sun Wukong in this other world. Wong Tang couldn't help but sigh. Such a large-scale change still surprised him at first. But when he came to his senses, the dragon bird that the Saint Emperor changed into couldn't catch up with him after all. You know, Kunpeng is not only one of the 10 evils, but also the fastest creature in the myriad worlds. How can these birds that are changed by copying catch up? Sure enough, after being defeated, Saint Emperor, he used the divine ability of 72 transformations again, and continued to transform in the air. Sometimes he turned into a big rock, sometimes into a swallowing bird, sometimes into an emerald bird. But no matter how he transformed into birds, he still couldn't catch up with Wong Tang, who had the Kunpeng treasure technique, and could only eat the tail gas behind his butt. During the chase, he tried to copy Kunpeng. But Kunpeng's Tao and method were too unique, and it was impossible to transform. After a while of galloping, Saint Emperor lifted the 72 transformations and stood on the empty martial arts stage. Pointing at Wong Tang in Kunpeng form, he shouted, "Wong Tang, at least you have the desolate ancient saint body. You actually used this escape technique to hide and dodge. If you have the guts, come down. Don't use your Kunpeng treasure technique. Use your desolate ancient saint body to fight me openly." It's not hard to see from his words. He was questioning Wong Tang. He thought that Wong Tang had been using Kunpeng treasure technique to dodge, and the fundamental reason was that he was afraid of competing with his physical body. And Wong Tang was not stupid. He heard the mockery in it. "Monkey, you don't really think I can't beat you, do you? I just think this is a rare opportunity. So I took the opportunity to familiarize myself with the use of Kunpeng treasure technique. Since you said so, then this emperor will meet your requirements." He stopped flapping his wings and flying. After refuting a few words, he immediately lifted the Kunpeng state and landed on the martial arts field. Boom! As soon as he touched the ground, the blood and chi of the desolate ancient saint body that rushed to the sky were all released by him. Strands of golden light appeared on the surface of the skin. Indestructible golden body. At this moment, he was completely exposed. He is a straightforward person. Wong Tang, since you said so, then this prince does not use weapons. I will fight you physically. Saint Emperor's pupils shrank and he said excitedly. The next second, his blood boiled and his fighting power increased several times instantly. The golden fighting holy blood. It permeated the skin. It greatly increased the brightness of the golden hair. The 100-foot-high fighting holy ape law manifestation. It even appeared behind him. Boom! He punched out. With unmatched power, he rushed towards Wong Tang, who was standing in front of him. As you wish. Wong Tang's black hair fluttered and he laughed loudly. Immediately, 4 major visions appeared behind him, one after another, covering the void of the entire area. Chaos Seed Azure Lotus, Immortal King overlooks the 9 heavens, yin-yang life and death diagram, splendid mountains and rivers. Under the blessing of multiple visions. His physique, blood, and magic power. In the same level, they instantly increased by dozens of times. Boom! Wong Tang also punched out. His fist collided with Saint Emperor's, and the ground around him was shaken and dust flew up. Then, the hand-to-hand combat between the two continued. Punch to flesh. Their cultivation realms were all in the 4 extremities realm, and their physiques belonged to the fighting system. They were invincible in close combat. It can be summed up in 8 words. The more you fight, the braver you become, and the stronger you become. Saint Emperor used all his strength in every punch, and the fighting Saint Ape blood continued to boil. It was a refreshing experience. On the other hand, Wong Tang, while punching easily, he still had a playful smile on his face. There was a sense of carelessness. It was obvious. Wong Tang had the upper hand and handled it with ease. But Saint Emperor, the fighting maniac, was so stubborn that he didn't see it. It's so good, so good. Come on. I've never met an opponent like you, let's fight till the sky is dark today. Saint Emperor roared to the sky, and his fist speed increased. The swing between his left and right hands was almost crazy. To the sky is dark. There's no need for that. Your monkey's fighting power is indeed good. I won't play with you anymore. Wong Tang shook his head and said uninterested. With a flash, he avoided Saint Emperor's fist. He retreated several dozen meters. Watch out, monkey. If you can catch my next punch, I lose. As soon as the voice fell, the 4 visions of desolate ancient saint body merged and instantly gathered in his left fist. Based on the body as a seed. In conjunction with his 3 major constitutions, Wong Tang took a deep breath and punched with all his strength. This punch is currently Wong Tang's most terrifying attack. Containing pure physical strength, any defensive divine ability will be easily defeated by it. In a nutshell, attack power is 99+, and it ignores defense. Arrogant, I don't believe you, Saint Emperor said with disdain. But when you were only halfway through the word, the punch he had just thrown collided with Wong Tang's fist. Then his body leaned back and flew out. Boom, it hit the middle of a mountain. The rubble fell and buried Saint Emperor in it, as if he was suppressed by the Buddha. Moreover, the terrifying dark energy entered his body. Saint Emperor was seriously injured, and even the blood of the fighting Saint Ape could not recover for the time being. Tap, tap, tap. Wong Tang walked slowly and unhurriedly to the broken mountain with his exciting steps. Huff. With a big wave of his hand, the gravel pressing on Saint Emperor was cleared away in an instant. Wong Tang, I admit defeat. This Saint Emperor can't beat you. You can kill me or cut me up, it's up to you. Saint Emperor covered his chest and leaned against the gravel and said. The arrogance in his eyes before was gone now. This punch. He was stunned. It seemed that he knew he couldn't beat Wong Tang. He had already accepted his fate. He closed his eyes and waited for his disposal. After thinking for a moment, Wong Tang did not take action, but walked in front of him meaningfully. He stretched out his hand and pulled him up. I won't kill you, nor will I take your brain. But since you lost to me, you have to promise me one thing. Be my bodyguard for 500 years. If you perform well during this period, maybe I can teach you to improve your combat power. 500 years. Good fellow, you better push me down the mountain. Looking at the 5 fingers Wong Tang stretched out, Saint Emperor was completely confused. A lineage of the dignified fighting Saint Ape. If it were to be a bodyguard for the human race, wouldn't he be laughed at to death? But he thought about it. Since he lost to Wong Tang, he had to accept the defeat. Okay, I promise you. 500 years is 500 years. When the time is up, I will leave immediately. Saint Emperor gritted his teeth and nodded. Hearing this, Wong Tang was overjoyed. This monkey has a straightforward personality. And his own strength is not bad, and there is enough room for improvement. Keeping it by his side is definitely worth the money. And as long as he is trapped, Wong Tang believes that with his means, he will definitely be able to completely win the heart of Saint Emperor. So that even if he is driven away, this monkey will not leave. Afterwards, Wong Tang took the seriously injured Saint Emperor and lived in the palace arranged for him by the great Xia dynasty. And he asked for a lot of divine medicine and spirit pill from the three ancestors. With the blood of the fighting Saint Ape, combined with these natural treasures for healing injuries. Soon, the Saint Emperor recovered as before. He became full of vigor and vitality again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed quietly. Above the north of the imperial capital, the thick fog dispersed, completely revealing the entrance to the supreme secret realm. After the previous calculations by Emperor Xia, today is the opening day. That's why the prodigy were allowed to stay for 3 days. In the void, the ancestors and powerful people of various forces gathered here without any prior agreement. Dear fellow Taoists, the secret realm is about to open, and I still have to say a few more words here. There will inevitably be casualties in the secret realm treasure hunt. I hope you will think carefully before letting the prodigy in. Emperor Xia cupped his hands and advised the surroundings. It goes without saying, once the people from various forces enter, they will be killed by the killing array or the strange beasts inside. They cannot be implicated in their great Xia dynasty. Emperor Xia, don't worry. We are very grateful that you can release the news of the supreme secret realm. This opportunity and danger coexist. If they die in it, it is their fate. I will never vent my anger on others because of this. An ancient King clan strongman whispered. The Hongwang clan is the most cunning. And they look down on the human race very much. They are the kind of people who turn their faces and don't recognize people. Say this. It is also a temporary smiling tiger. After all, the supreme secret realm appears here, and it is reasonable to give Emperor Xia enough verbal guarantees. That's right, Emperor Xia, don't worry. Even if there is danger, you human race should be the ones to worry about. After all, your bodies are weak, how can you compare with the bodies of our Hongwang clan? An old king clan said arrogantly. He is the elder of the Teodi clan. Relying on the strength of the Teodi bloodline, he doesn't take the human race forces seriously at all. He speaks without restraint. Hearing this, the Yaoqi Saint Lord on the side couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but speak. Fellow Taoist, I heard that the prince of your clan has 3 kinds of physiques coexisting, and he also fought against the 2 prides at the Myriad Races conference. I really admire it. This is better than some people hiding in their own small world. Only when the opportunity arises will they shamelessly come to fight for it. This move is a veiled attack. She just wants to suppress the arrogance of the Hongwang clan. Although their Yaoqi Saintess is still lacking in strength, it does not mean that the human race does not have a strong physique. Yaoqi Saint is joking. My clan's prince just has a slightly stronger body, which is why he won by chance at the conference. The 9th ancestor stroked his long beard and said modestly. This slightly unlucky. The use of the 2 words is just right. In one word, he raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. He did not forget to cast a mocking look at the Teodi elder. The grudge between the human race and the Hongwang clan. Not only is it with the older generation, but also among the younger prodigy who are about to enter the secret realm. They also started fighting openly and secretly. Wong Tang, right. After entering the secret realm, this prince advises you to take a detour, otherwise if you run into me, I will not be polite. If you lose your life, don't blame me for not reminding you. Teodi Prince put his hand in his hand and threatened Wong Tang with a condescending attitude. Why are you being polite to this guy? He is just a human race. If he dares to snatch the opportunity from us, just kill him directly. Chongqi Prince waved his hand and said arrogantly. The other princes of the Hongwang tribe around him also laughed wildly. Such an arrogant attitude. It directly angered the Duzhen Shengyuan beside Wong Tang. As a bodyguard, he would not tolerate these Hongwang tribes to act recklessly. Hey, you bastard, how can you talk like that? I will beat you to death with a stick. While several people were laughing, Saint Emperor held a black iron rod and smashed it on the head of Chongqi Emperor with lightning speed. Dwang. The sound was very loud, and Chongqi Emperor wailed in pain. Ah, ah, accompanied by the screams, everyone realized that Chongqi Emperor was hit by a club. Mainly, no one expected that Saint Emperor would suddenly attack Chongqi Emperor and hit him with an iron rod. Moreover, this monkey is capable. He really dares to take action when there is something going on. Without saying anything, he picked up the iron rod in his hand and smashed it. Dead monkey. Dare to attack me, I will kill you. Changqi Emperor gritted his teeth, and the wound on his head was dripping with blood. Buzz. An ancient holy weapon was sacrificed. Changqi Emperor took out his trump card and prepared to fight Saint Emperor to the death. Seeing this, Sha Wuming hurriedly took action and used his great magic power to stop him. The secret realm is open, no fighting. After we go in, you can do whatever you want, but not now. Not now. Are you kidding me? Then I was beaten for nothing. The face of the Changqi Emperor was ferocious, and he was about to refute, but Sha Wuming glared at him fiercely. Could it be? Do you have any opinion on what you said to me? He also disliked the Hongwang people. If it weren't for the people behind them, he would have slapped these people a few times. In the territory of the great Sha dynasty, not only arrogant and domineering, but also belittling the human race, it was good that he could hold back. Seeing Sha Wuming's attitude, the Changqi Emperor swallowed his anger and held back his anger for the time being. In his heart, he remembered the Saint Emperor firmly and listed him on his must-kill list. After entering the secret realm, find a chance to kill him inside. At the same time, in an inconspicuous place among the crowd, a young man in a black robe was watching the quarrel with a joking look. Fight, fight, no matter how you fight, the divine treasure in the supreme secret realm belongs to me after all. He concealed his aura, but if you look closely, you will find that he exudes a subtle chaotic aura. Chaos body. Yes, this man has a chaos body. Born with chaos aura, he can evolve everything and destroy everything. Known as deposed immortal physique. Born with innate, he contains the way of chaos. Tolerates everything. It is the nemesis of all physiques, but it has not competed with the desolate ancient saint body for endless years. So it is still unknown who is stronger and who is weaker. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Sha Wuming organized the prodigy of each race to enter. This supreme secret realm has its own independent laws of heaven and earth, and has certain restrictions. Only those with cultivation below the venerable realm can enter it smoothly. Those who do not meet the requirements will be excluded. And after entering, everyone will be randomly teleported to a certain location. There are dangers everywhere. If you are teleported to an ancient fierce formation or the nest of an ancient relic, then you will be unlucky. HMPH, dead monkey. I hope you don't die as soon as you land. After entering, I will kill you. The son of the Changqi Emperor made a harsh statement and entered first. The prodigy of the other prehistoric tribes also stepped into the secret realm one after another. Except for Wong Tang and some forces that received the news quickly, the prehistoric tribe was the first group of people to arrive in these 3 days, and the prodigy of the human race forces were still on their way. Including Zhang Ziyu. Monkey, take this. After entering, meet up first. If you encounter an opportunity, you can mark it temporarily. Wong Tang handed him a stone. It was in the shape of a crescent. It was a special guide stone. After marking it in advance, each stone could sense each other. It could quickly find the position of the holder. I know, but you have to be careful. Don't die as soon as you hit the ground like that guy just said. Otherwise, I don't want to guard your grave for 500 years. Saint Emperor put away the guide stone and kindly reminded. Immediately, he shouldered the black iron rod and strode into the supreme secret realm without fear. Die as soon as he hit the ground. No, Wong Tang couldn't be so unlucky. He was a transmigrator. As the protagonist, how could he die easily? Sign in reward, here I come. And the divine treasure of the secret realm, I want all of them. Wong Tang thought to himself. Then, he followed closely the footsteps of Saint Emperor and stepped into the dark entrance of secret realm. Swish. A dazzling white light was dazzling. When he opened his eyes, Wong Tang had already teleported into secret realm and was on a mountain peak. The vegetation around was sparse, giving a slightly desolate feeling. Not bad. That monkey seems to be not far from me. It won't be long before we meet up. Wong Tang took out the guide stone. According to the brightness of the light on it, he determined the approximate distance range of Saint Emperor. Suddenly, roar, a beast roar came from behind him. Wong Tang, who had just turned his head, immediately found a huge cave in the middle of the mountain wall. The sound also came from inside. Obviously, this is a nest of the fierce beast in secret realm. The next moment, a blue fox came out of the cave. There was a vertical pupil between the eyebrows, and 9 tails were born later. Human, you are so brave. You are only at the first layer of the 4 extremities realm, yet you dare to enter my territory. Then forget about leaving. I haven't tasted human flesh and blood for a long time. This is an ancient relic. 9-tailed demon fox. It is also a dominant force in the secret realm, and its physical strength is comparable to that of a cultivator of the 3rd layer of the human race venerable realm. It can be regarded as a small boss. After all, the prodigy who can enter the secret realm are all below the venerable realm. Not to mention this ancient relic. It is born with a strong bloodline, strong physical strength, and inherited divine ability. It is stronger than the average cultivator of the 3rd layer of the human race venerable realm. The most important point is that this 9-tailed demon fox is female. It's a pity that it has not transformed. Otherwise, Wong Tang must have seen what she looks like. 9-tailed demon fox, you are too arrogant. Do you really think you can take me down? Wong Tang asked without any hesitation. He would not be soft-hearted just because the 9-tailed fox was female. The next moment, the 4 strange phenomena behind Wong Tang opened, and the huge blood and chi power instantly suppressed the 9-tailed fox. Boom! Kunpeng treasure technique was activated. Wong Tang was like a cannonball, ejected. He clenched his big hand. He immediately grabbed the 9-tailed fox's neck. I heard that you want to eat my flesh and blood. Didn't you just brag? Keep talking now. Wong Tang narrowed his eyes and asked. As he spoke, he clenched his left fist and smashed it hard at her head. One after another. With just a few punches, the 9-tailed fox was beaten like a pig's head. Woo 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 woo. You. Let me speak. The 9-tailed fox had a swollen mouth and was hesitant. She wanted to beg for mercy. But Wong Tang grabbed her neck and she had no chance at all. She could say it. Before, Wu Song fought the tiger, and now Wong Tang beat the fox. A small overlord-level ancient species in Secret Realm was easily controlled by Wong Tang, a human race. She was extremely frustrated. Then, buzz, her eyes opened. The sword of destruction transformed into black light flew out. It pierced the head of the 9-tailed fox without giving it any chance to beg for mercy. He was not the grass python hero Shu Xian. He was not the lizard killer Ah San next door. Wong Tang had no intention of killing the 9-tailed fox who was manipulated by others. He killed it with thunder. The divine ability of ancient dual pupils is really useful. If the opportunity is enough, I have to open more. Wong Tang touched his chin and thought. At present, the divine ability of ancient dual pupils has only awakened the first destruction black light. If the subsequent divine ability is continuously opened, his heaven-defying methods will only be more. While thinking, Wong Tang opened the storage bag and put the body of the 9-tailed demon fox in it. This secret realm is open for 3 months. I have to prepare some sufficient food, and I can't treat myself badly while exploring treasures. Then, he continued to take out the guidance stone. He flew towards the direction of the Saint Emperor. Along the way, many ancient species appeared, blocking Wong Tang's progress. Blood Phoenix Lion, Fearless Lion, 7-Spirit Demon Bird, Swallowing Skylark. Without exception, all became food in Wong Tang's storage bag. Only 2 days had passed, and they had collected hundreds of ancient corpses. Burp. I ate too much. This supreme secret realm is really big, although I wasted some time while hunting in the wild. But with Kunpeng treasure technique, why haven't we arrived yet? Wong Tang burped and touched his stomach. Obviously. He had just had a full meal and was a little unable to walk. Master, could it be that the monkey was in danger? These 2 days, I saw on the guide stone that the distance between you and him was sometimes close and sometimes far. It's a bit like he was fighting while running. Suanni gnawed on a lion head and guessed. Upon hearing this, Wong Tang frowned and fell into deep thought. Hiss. FK, I don't think I noticed this. If the monkey encountered the people of the Hongwang tribe as soon as he teleported in, it would be really bad. And he didn't know. The prodigy of the Hongwang clan, will they also bring treasures that can guide them to join together? So Suanni's guess is very likely. At the same time, somewhere in Secret Realm, in a dense forest. Damn it. How did that guy's crow mouth hit me? I met the Hongwang tribe as soon as I teleported in. And those guys actually had secret treasures, and they gathered together in just a few hours. Damn it, this is really bad. Saint Emperor was bathed in the holy blood of fighting, holding the black iron rod and jumping in the forest to escape. Behind him, a dozen prodigy of the Hongwang tribe, led by Emperor Chongqi, kept chasing him. Dead monkey, you were so arrogant when you were outside the secret realm. If you have the ability, don't run away. Emperor Chongqi yelled and cursed, trying to disturb his mentality. At first, when he just teleported in, Saint Emperor just met an ordinary prodigy of the Hongwang tribe, who was blessed by the fighting bloodline. He was at a loss after 2 sticks. He couldn't stand the arrogance of Emperor Chongqi before, so he wanted to kill this guy. But he didn't expect it. There was another member of the Hongwang tribe nearby, and he was quite strong, with the fighting power of the Emperor's son. In a stalemate, the secret treasures they carried informed each other, causing the rest of the Hongwang tribe to come and participate in the encirclement. Among them were the Emperors Chongqi and Teodi. The two had no martial ethics, and immediately used the ancient holy weapons given by their elders to beat him seriously. Chongqi, you dog, you just rely on the ancient holy weapons. Without this thing, I would have smashed you to death long ago. Saint Emperor shouted in response. I get angry when I mention this thing. They, the Duzhen Saint Ape tribe, are born fighting maniacs. They don't even bother to bring these things. That's why they were suppressed by this group of people who don't have martial ethics. Although they are invincible in the same level, their cultivation is at the 4 extremities level after all, and they can't withstand the fight of so many people. What's more, they are using plugins. It's really calm if you endure it for a while, but the more you take a step back, the more angry you get. After a long time, Saint Emperor took out the guiding stone in his arms. He had been running towards Wong Tang these days. Wong Tang was also on his way. The distance between them was not far. Humph, damn it, after we meet up later, I want you to pay me back double. Saint Emperor swore in his heart. The 9 Heavens mysterious art and the 72 transformations continued to be released. Instantly, more than a dozen figures fled in different directions. Prodigy of the Hongwang clan divided their troops to chase them, and Saint Emperor's true body took the opportunity to transform into an ancient relic. Fire Skylark. This was imprinted by his eyes during his escape. Although it was not as fast as Kunpang, the Fire Skylark of Hui of Vermilion Bird. The speed was also quite good. The scene changed. After a long consideration, Wong Tang rode on Suani and galloped as soon as he finished his meal. Soon, he entered a mountain range. The distance shown on the guide stone is very close. It is likely that we can meet the Saint Emperor by crossing the mountains. Suddenly, a vulgar and hoarse voice came from the grove next to it. It instantly attracted Wong Tang's attention. He. Saintess Yaoqi, stop struggling. This is a dose of Heihuan powder, specially prepared for a little beauty like you. I have been coveting your body for a long time, and today I finally got the chance. Saintess Yaoqi, poor monk, are these overheard words so exciting? Immediately, Wong Tang concealed his own breath and approached quietly along the other side. Don't think too much. Wong Tang was for the safety of Yaoqi Saintess. Definitely not for peeking. After all, Yaoqi sacred land belongs to the first-class power of human race, and Wong Tang should go to check it out. What if the Hongwang tribe is doing evil? And everyone knows that the laughter is definitely the laughter of the villain. At this moment, in the grove, Yaoqi Saintess, dressed in white, flushed, leaned against a big tree weakly. Despicable guy, you actually pretended to be a Buddhist to deceive me, you dirty little man. Yaoqi Saintess breathed quickly and cursed. And standing in front of him was a bald monk named Jiamo Luo, dressed in Buddhist clothes. Moreover, he was holding a gilded bowl and a Zen stick, which made him look like a high-level monk. But he never thought, the person who drugged Yaoqi Saintess. It was him. Yaoqi Saintess, how can you blame me for this? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having enough experience in the world. You believed me just based on my appearance and dress. Otherwise, I really couldn't take you down so easily, ha 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 ha. Jiamo Luo's eyes were full of fire, and he said greedily. He came from the lineage of the fallen ancient monks, and was a branch of the ancient Sen lineage of the Great Thunderclap Monastery in the Western Desert. He was a defector who fell into Demon Dao. Not only did he violate all the 3 treasures and 5 precepts, but his cultivation method was no different from that of the Heihuan Palace, and he specialized in collecting virgin blood. The most crucial point is, their evil methods were very obscene. With the help of their own Buddhist image, they deceived women's trust and let them take Heihuan powder to commit crimes. When Yao Kai Saintis met Jiamo Luo before, the latter lied that he was from the Lingshan mountain in the western desert, and he was dressed like a monk. And the fake Buddhist halo on his head. Yaoqi Saintis didn't notice him at all, and believed that he was exploring the secret realm with him. This gave Jiamo Luo an opportunity to trick Yaoqi Saintis into drinking the spiritual liquid with Heihuan powder. Yaoqi Saintis leaned against the tree. Her eyes gradually blurred, and her consciousness became a little unclear. Although she was determined, but after persisting for so long, the effect of Heihuan powder has now come up. Hum, hot, so hot. She stroked her body, untied the belt around her waist, and kept humming. Vaguely, you can also see a squeezed, career line, and the white, tofu brain. Jiamo Luo drooled at the sight. His eyes were like those of a wolf, and he wanted to pounce on Yaoqi Saintis. He, it's hot, come on, little beauty, let me undress you. The scenery here is so nice, I will help you practice. Jumaluo smiled shamelessly and stretched out his dragon claw hand. Just when his fingers were about to hold it. Ahem. A sudden dry cough interrupted his action. Who? Jumaluo quickly turned his head and carefully explored the surroundings. Being able to approach him without making a sound meant that the owner of this voice was not an ordinary person. Naturally, he was very alert. The next moment, Wong Tang walked out of a bush, clapped his hands and laughed. Great master, I didn't expect you to be so playful. You actually want to have a wild battle in the woods, which really opened my eyes. But if you don't take me with you, that's unreasonable. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.